know. Did they chase every shadow, every sign, or fade out on the steepest climb? If truth is heavy, let it show. Let the whole strange story glow. Anime hearts won't let it go. Oh, Santa Claus and Sailor Moon.
There I am. Hey, folks. I saw that Mo winded up her stream. And here she is. Sailor Mo!
Howdy, howdy.
Quick question, asking for a friend.
Yes.
Can you exchange the water in a coffee maker with energy drinks?
Yes. I do believe that's the only way one should drink coffee.
Yeah.
Because I'm more of a cold caffeine. Like the mug you see as hot chocolate, I am not going to lie, I'm like 8 years old.
Yeah, that instant coffee mixed with saliva.
Yeah. We have got, I don't know, what is it? We've got just cold front moving through, and I'm like, no. I looked at the weather, it's all week, 100% chance of cold rain, and I'm like, nope, I'll be joining you from a cruise, deck somewhere.
Oh yeah. I
with
mean,
tropical drinks.
I mean, from roughly mid-May to mid-September, Sweden is excellent. The rest of the year, it's cold, it's dark, it's rain, it's somewhat snow, maybe. And it's, hence our self-ending rate and high birth rates. It's like, no, nothing in between. Nothing in between. Either reproduce or,
Yeah.
Welcome to Sweden.
I do wonder if the state is going to bring their A game, if we're going to see a different kind of strategy, because it does seem that the defense is watching. So I wonder if the state is watching, because it seemed like, Doogie Howser, Esquire at law, kind of toned it down a lot. So he seems to be taking general ideas. I wonder if they're getting the general feedback. Although what I've noticed the general feedback is we hate Kouri.
Yeah.
And that's where it's interesting to me, since I don't know all the background. Like generally, am I hanging out with Kouri? No, I don't like cheaters. I don't like liars, but I don't have this visceral disgust for her. So it is interesting to kind of again watch this trial and see how that skews your kind of view, because I think objectively both sides have had issues, but I don't think the defense has been as horrible as they've been portrayed, and I don't think the state's been as good as the kind of diehard I hate Kouri people have made it seem.
Yeah. Now, I watched the lawyer, Peter Tragos yesterday, and with Papa Tragos, where they did this, what happened week 1. And I mean, we're quite close in our opinions regarding, both sides make mistakes.
Oh, that's good. I'll have to look at that. I just got tired of, because I try to look at because I know people know more about the case than I do. So I try to look at all perspectives, because that's kind of my nerd thing about trials. I love them.
Yeah. And Papa Tragos is still an active litigation attorney. So he barely knew anything about this case. He knew something, more or less, is that a chick who wrote a book? But that's about it. So I value that, the opinions that came from, because it was somewhat the same as mine, especially when it came to that officer saying, we need you, we need information so we can put her away for life, more or less. And he was like, oh, no, that's absolutely horrendous.
Yeah,
And
but I
he's
think
been a litigation. I mean, he's been a prosecutor. He's been in the Department of Justice. He's been a defense attorney, both criminal and civil, for the past 45 years. If he sees that, and this jury supposedly is somewhat neutral, what reaction do they actually have?
Yeah, that's where I wish we had contact with maybe someone in the courtroom, not to, dox the jury at all, but
Mm.
to maybe get how they're interpreting. And look, I don't put a whole lot of stock in body language, but
Mm.
I think people who are there through the length of it, you can kind of get a baseline and see, oh, these people are paying attention and writing
Mm.
notes versus staring off into space.
Yep.
So there are some drawbacks to not being in the courtroom, though I do like the ability to be in my comfy chair.
Yeah. Yep.
That and not being able to speak out like, "The hell are you trying to talk about?" Also, yeah, not being able to fast forward to 1.25.
Mm. Okay, now, folks, before we start the final recap of Friday, take a moment and hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't to both of us, and for you who are here on the replay crew, do the same. And if you really like what you see, consider a super chat or a super thanks or something of the sort if you can afford it. Do not
Yes.
give what you don't have. If you choose between bread and me, choose bread. If you are at Starbucks 3 times a day, give me one of them. Yeah. All right. We ended with recent widower Anna
Yes.
Isbell yesterday. And
I don't
next,
know that she scored points for I think she was a detriment to both sides, to be
yeah,
honest, because for the state, she didn't say she heard anything regarding fentanyl, and
mm,
for the defense, I mean, other than
the
saying
op-
that this was
the
kinda corrupt, it
yeah,
it does bolster their narrative that something was hinky about this investigation,
yeah.
but it was clear she had an axe to grind with them.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And we are still using Core TV and better sound overall. And but they don't have. Well, maybe let's see. 454. Let's see if I refresh here. Maybe I can get subtitles. No.
It might be because of the, undercover officer that we weren't supposed to see, so they had to
this week.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Going to play in 1.25. We are watching the final hour and a half, somewhat, of Friday. That's sort of recapping. So we get into Monday freshly refreshed. Oh yeah, not having to do a drug test and being told her ass is saved. Yeah. I mean, you don't say those parts out loud. And for me, the only reason why they removed the drug testing is they knew she was a fuck up.
Yeah, that
They couldn't
doesn't look
have
good.
they couldn't have that as well. That she
Y
failed again and again.
Yeah.
Mm. Is she being railroaded? She made a bunch of really poor choices by herself, and that is why I'm so annoyed by the state doing shit stuff. Yep. Let's see her.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are released from the subpoena.
Awesome.
Free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next one. This is
Sir, if you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
former drug dealer.
In front of Brittany.
If you'll please raise your right hand.
That's an
Do you
interesting
solemnly swear the
posture.
testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Pink shirt guy. Probably borrowed, because that's not his size.
Oh, please tell me it's Grossman.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What, sir, is your name?
It's Robert Crozier.
You spell your last name Crozier.
Yes, sir.
What did you say?
Sir, do you have
Crozier?
a criminal drug history?
I do.
Can you please explain it to us?
I had a distribution charge in December 22, and 2 possession charges in
tweaking?
23.
Were you dealing drugs in December of 2022?
Yes.
When did you begin dealing drugs?
I'm not sure, sometime around 2020, maybe.
And were you dealing drugs throughout early 2022?
Yeah, I was.
Mr. I apologize for interrupting you. Would you and Ms. Lewis approach for one moment? This is that, sir.
What? Are you going to take a drug test on him?
Yeah, I'm like, oh dear Lord. I know we're watching this at 1.25, but
Yeah.
um
Sidebar counter 34.
I was like, how to don't touch your nose, dude.
You don't know where your finger have been. Oh, Robert Crozier. Yeah.
Could they all enunciate? Because I've been writing it down as Hosier, because none of them can
If you,
enunciate.
take a quick restroom break while I handle a quick issue. Please rise for the jury. Please.
Will they ask? Oh, please ask him. If they're asking him to have a. Clint Howard?
Have a seat, Mr. Crozier. Thank you.
Oh, that guy, that actor.
We're going to be in recess until 1:25. Do I have present? Well, I'll speak to you for a minute. Court's in recess. If you want to stretch your legs, now's the time.
Let's see here. Is that yeah. Clint Howard. Let's see. Can I open that in a new? This is Clint Howard.
Honestly.
And he's the brother of Ron Howard, the producer and director. So these two.
Yeah.
You mean Ron
what
Howard
is
from
this
from
tri-
Happy Days.
I know we've got Bon Savage, we've got the maid who can't remember from Memento. I mean, we've got apparently the lead investigator who's trying out for the ATF threatening dogs. I mean,
Yep.
this is just the state's case.
Oh.
We've got a habitual gummy user who doesn't have any THC in his system, a guy who was supposed to be poisoned by booze who has fentanyl in his system but not booze in his blood.
Yep. Did it pass, Your Honor? Did it pass the drug test?
All right. Seat. We're on the record. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Crozier, you're under oath.
Okay.
Very good, sir.
Thank
Need a
you.
glass of water, just let you know.
All right.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Sir, are you represented today by counsel?
I am.
And are you testifying pursuant to 3 grants of immunity?
I know that there's immunity. I don't know how many of them. Yes.
Understand.
He can't count to
Are
3.
you aware of immunity from Summit County,
Yes.
from Salt Lake County,
Yes.
and from the federal government?
Yes.
Did your attorney assist you in getting those grants of immunity?
Yes. As far as I know. Yeah.
Jesus.
What is your understanding of those grants of immunity?
This is amazing.
That I need to be honest, or they're void, I guess.
Okay. Do you also understand that you have to testify not only honestly, truthfully,
Mhm.
but also fully and completely?
Yes.
Okay, pause it, Nick.
And did
The positive
Yeah.
on this is that even if his words lie, his face will tell the truth. So
Yeah.
he will honor his plea agreement.
In the transcript, yeah, he will tell the absolute what the state wants. Video, he's going like, sure, wink, wink, sure, wink, wink.
It's just, I can barely. Look, y'all, like I said, it's rainy, but what in the name of absurdity is
Yeah.
this?
Hey, Brooklyn, new member. I think he's renewing his membership.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I saw earlier before the stream, Christine renewed. Now she's been a member forever, but apparently she started over. And the same with Gigi. So 3 new members, old members renewing. Yes, folks, you can become members of this channel. $3 a month, and you get hundreds of hours of members only content just for you. You get your own
Yes.
emojis on YouTube's.
Honest to goodness, Nick, of all the law tubers and everything, he is the most members. I have recently stepped up my members only content. For me, my members only is just 99 cents because I don't have the library that Nick has. But, you know, it's really just, he does give you worth for your money. He really does work hard and gives you guys a lot of content. So one day I will be like Nick.
Let's be it. Yeah. Now
Well, for
I will
Wayne.
have a members only stream closer to Easter, I promise. And we will go through what happened the past year and other stuff. So you can see the development of the channel and the development of the farm. All for you and only for you.
Lawyer advise you regarding your obligations under the grants of immunity?
I don't understand what you mean.
Did she tell you what you had to do?
You just told me I had to come to court and be honest, and
Did she tell you what would happen if you weren't honest?
that the immunity would be void, or so that I could potentially be charged with a crime.
Sir, do you know who Nicole Cummings is?
I do.
Who is she?
Excuse me. She is a girl that I've lived with for a couple of months. At the end of 2021,
Did there come a time in early 2022 when she contacted you about a friend of hers?
yes.
What did she say to you?
She asked me if I would talk to her friend. I don't remember her name, and get some Roxy's for her, the oxycodone.
Did you contact Nicole Cummings' friend?
I think Nicole asked her if she could give her my number, and then she contacted me. But I think that's how that went.
Did you ultimately speak with her?
Yes.
Did you text with her?
I think it was mostly phone calls, but yeah, it might have been some text. I don't know. That was 4 years ago.
Sure.
Oh.
When you spoke or texted with her, what did she ask for?
As far as I remember, she was asking for Roxy's for the oxycodone.
Okay.
Did she identify what she was asking for by any label other than Roxy's?
No.
Did you at that time believe that Roxy's meant oxycodone?
Yeah, that's the only thing that I know. I know that they mean. Excuse me.
Did you set up to sell to her?
I set up to meet her in Draper.
Did you set up to meet her at a Maverick in Draper?
Yes.
Did you ultimately meet her at that Maverick in Draper?
Yes.
Where were you coming from to get to the Draper?
At that, I think Roy, maybe, or Layton.
Do you remember how many times you agreed to meet her at the Draper?
Like I said, it was 4 years ago. I remember once clearly, maybe twice.
Could there have been a third time?
I don't think so.
So let's talk about the first time you.
Okay, Nick, can you pause this? Because
Yeah.
again, you know what else is coming in.
Yeah.
But to the observer who has not, thus far, we have 2 state witnesses that collectively remember 5 minutes from the last decade. And those are the star witnesses.
Yeah.
We have
These,
Paul
those two
Lind
are
as
the direct link between Kouri Richins and fentanyl, according to
We
the
have-
state.
Paul Lind in his most camp voice as the state prosecutor and Bart Simpson as defense attorney. What is going on with this case?
Yeah.
Am I on
And
Quaaludes?
Yeah.
or
and we
do I
have,
blame the Hadron Collider?
and we have a housekeeper with selective memory and Mr. Tweaky McTweakface over here.
We had a housekeeper with eyebrows so big she could barely read, regardless of her ability to also, and look, legitimately, and not to be an asshole, I actually am trying to be or ask a legal question here, but can this man legitimately consent to this plea deal when it seems like he doesn't even have the cognitive understanding of what the plea deal is? And I'm not
Yep.
trying to be an asshole. I'm
Yep.
actually trying to ask legitimately, is the state able to use this man when he doesn't seem to understand what he signed or what he's even agreeing to beyond the very basic interpretation?
I mean, the standard throughout, in most cases that I've seen with people with plea deals, is, are you breathing?
Okay, I just it,
Or does this person not only breathing, but will they agree with us to get out of prison?
okay, I just didn't know if there were any safeguards in place that you were aware of that would take the maybe mental capacity or the because it seems rich for the defense to both use her lack of education and her mental ability to comprehend against her if it's also something that the state is using against people as well.
Yeah. And also with the housekeeper's cross-examination, should have been done in 45 minutes. Now they were bored out of their skull. Then they might have been upset by the recent widow. And here's Tweaky McTweakface, the 3 people who says, yeah, fentanyl, according to the state. And only 2 of them do it.
Yeah, and And here's the thing, I don't know why the state's strategy is to put 3 of the most unreliable state witnesses up, as their star witnesses, but it just
But
seems, again, as a person who doesn't know the other bulk of the information that's coming in, this is a really odd choice to make me utterly confused.
yeah, because I believe the more I think about it is they put these witnesses at the beginning of the trial because the rest of the trial is going to be look how much you should hate her.
Okay, that does make sense, and as I said, I haven't look, those of you who know the deep lore on this, you're probably gonna get upset when I say that, um, Kouri is probably the first defendant that has actually optically, if you don't know her, portrayed the very innocent, defenseless victim very
Mm.
well. It suits her.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
it's
and
not
that
something that looks like an act or like a
mm,
tactic by the defense. Now,
and
I say that
then
as someone who doesn't know
mm,
anything,
yeah, and
but
you will find out.
well, what I'm saying is with her
Mm,
ability to do that right now, the
mm,
jury is probably again, all we've heard thus far is that the family doesn't like her and that she's a cheater. And
mm,
look, that means I don't wanna hang out with her, I don't wanna be
mm,
friends with her, but the state has to give me something
yeah,
to make me take away her freedom,
yeah,
because being a terrible wife is not punishable under the
mm,
law.
yeah.
I can recall. Is that the one you recall the clearest?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I believe it was raining that day, and she was coming from quite a distance, so we met in Draper to make it easier.
Once you met at the Maverick and Draper,
Mhm.
did you meet up with her personally?
I mean, she was in a car.
Okay.
I went up to the car. She handed me the money. I gave her the pills, and then just went our separate ways.
Did you have the pills with you, or did you have to go get them from somebody?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what she looked like?
I really don't. I think she was Mexican, kind of short, but I don't know if she was in a car the whole time. Like, I don't even think she got out because I remember it was raining.
Have you come to learn that her name is Carmen Lauber?
I have heard that, yeah. Like,
You said she handed you the money. Do you remember about how much money?
I don't remember.
You said you handed her pills. What do you remember, if anything, about the pills?
It was like 30 or 40 of them.
Do you remember anything else about that first buy with this lady?
No, she was in like a little, I want to say like a Civic or something, like a Honda Civic, but yeah.
Okay. Were you selling a lot of drugs around this time?
I wouldn't say a lot, no. I sold or got pills for maybe 3 or 4 people. So yeah, I wouldn't by any means say it was a lot.
And was this about early February 2022?
Yeah, I believe so.
Can we talk about the second time?
Okay.
How did the second time come about?
I really don't remember. Like, I'm not even real clear if I met her a second time. Oh, to be honest with you, like I know that I met her the one time, and it might have been twice, but I really, like it was like 4 years ago. So like I don't really remember if I met her more than once. But if it would have been the same thing, like I would have gotten the money from her, given her the things, and left. Like there wasn't a lot of interaction. We didn't, get a drink together or anything. We just,
It's a drug deal.
Yeah.
Not rocket surgery.
right.
What in the name of
Had you-
transcriptology?
Had you met her at the Maverick Draper the Maverick Draper for anything else other than a drug deal?
No.
Swap
you met her
recipes.
Anywhere
Learn how to
other
make
than
a
the Maverick
tamale.
Draper?
No.
So am I right that the only times you've met Carmen Lauber is at the Maverick Draper?
That's right.
And the only times you've met her at the Maverick Draper was to sell her drugs?
That's correct.
Do you recall interviewing with Summit County detectives on May the 4th, 2023?
Vaguely. I remember like I was in jail. I hadn't been there very long. I was on a lot of drugs at that time, so like I was detoxing from those drugs. And I remember like going in a conference room and speaking with them, but I don't really recall a lot of the discussion.
Which jail?
Davis County Jail.
Pause, Nick. At what point, even at the state, do you ask, okay, do you remember yesterday? Like, just get a baseline of what his remember all, because like if he's Dory from Finding Nemo, I'm just glad he found the courthouse. You know, but like, what do you remember? Because 4 years is not that hard to remember.
No, well, if you're tweaked out of your mind constantly for the past 4 years or past 6 years or even longer,
Well, see, this
he
is why I
just
can't be a
he just
judge,
don't want,
Nick.
he doesn't want to be in prison.
Although, could you imagine my ex parte just statements like, okay, wait, I just need to ask the witness. And the state's like, don't do it, judge. The defense is like, do it, judge. And I'm like, what do you remember currently? Like, what's the farthest back you can remember?
Yeah. What day is it today? What's the current president?
Now, because I'm an asshat and I enjoy funny transcripts, I would ask loaded questions like, so who do you think is the president right now? Or who's currently in charge of the Illuminati?
Do you recall whether they asked you if Carmen asked for blues specifically or fentanyl specifically?
I have read the report, so like I know that they did, but I don't remember them saying that to me.
Okay, and by report, you mean a transcript of their interview?
Yeah.
My
So
Teddy
you know from reading
Ruxpin had more
transcript
memory
of
than
their
this
interview that-
guy.
Yeah. Oh, please, Mr. Prosecutor, play the video.
Do we
Show
go-
this guy tweaked out of his fucking mind trying to answer questions.
Again, the Casio Speak and Spell from the 1980s had more RAM than this man. Why are we wasting time? He's not, his eyebrows are being truthful, but this man doesn't remember crap.
Thank you to Granny Smith who bought 5 coffees.
Woohoo!
Woo! Thank you so much. That is so utterly nice of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, if you don't want to support the YouTubes, but support me, you can use Buy Me a Coffee or PayPal. Both are in the description below. Fika! Oh, that's a lot of fika. Yeah, that will get me a lot of coffee, some cinnamon buns, and maybe. Oh, on Thursday we eat princess cake because it's the first Thursday in March.
That's the one with the marzipan dyed
Yeah.
green with spinach. I'll be over at 11. I love marzipan.
So it's sponge cake in the bottom. Then sometimes you have chocolate meringue, but that's optional. You have custard, you have whipped cream, and then you cover it all with green marzipan or pink marzipan. It's marzipan.
Mm,
I,
that
I,
is
I, I like cake.
well, I like marzipan. Like I said, I think I was born just slightly in the wrong direction. I was supposed to go to like Norway and
Mm,
then I did one of these things and I was like, that looks like I did the old Greenland, Iceland wrong
mm,
thing. And then I was like, I'll go this way.
yeah.
Ended up in Virginia instead of, Vinland. I was like, oh, V, that makes sense.
Oh, Granny Smith made semla last week. Yeah. A
Okay.
semla is
Now, do you
it's a
cover yours with milk and soak yours, or do you?
yeah,
Okay, that's where you
warm.
lose me.
Yeah. Now that's the old way, the traditional way. I don't. Because it's one of these sweet buns. You cut it in, yeah, 1/3 up, 1/3 from the top. You open, then you scoop out a lot of the bread stuff. You mix that with marzipan, and boom, into the hole you just made. Whipped cream. Then you put the bread lid on, and then some powdered sugar on top.
I'm telling you, I made a wrong turn. I was
Yeah,
supposed to.
almond paste or marzipan, or yeah.
Yeah, my husband is because I'll ask for like there's a Ritter bar from Germany that they
Mm,
sell that has marzipan because it's not really a big deal here
mm,
in rural Indiana. So
mm.
I'll have like a
Have you
stock of
tried
those.
pancake cake? It
I've seen it.
thin pancakes. I mean, make about 7 of them,
Oh yeah,
and in every layer you can have like Nutella, strawberry jam, raspberry jam,
I've seen
and
it
then cover it
on.
all in whipped cream.
I've seen it on, the Great British Baking Show, but there's
Yeah.
a reason that I wanna be a host and not a contestant. Because look, I know myself, I don't need to cry over my cake not rising. I don't need to look into Paul Hollywood's neon blue eyes and have him look at me as I try to explain bread. No,
Mm,
I wanna be the person that makes funny jokes and helps people when they're spazzing out.
mm.
So, if I don't win president, please help
Now,
me co-host on the Great British Baking Show.
yeah. Folks, instead of all these days and months for either or that one or that course, cake. Just it's Thursday, cake Thursday. Yeah.
I'm telling you, I joke that I was on ketamine at the time, but have you ever thought that so many wars would be stopped if we actually did carry pocket donuts and not a euphemism for smexy things, but actually
Mm,
just a donut?
mm.
Like, imagine Napoleon and Russia got together and Russia was like, "Hey, it's kind of cold here. You're going to lose a lot of people. Do you
Mm.
need a Snickers?" And Napoleon's like, "You know what? I've got my weird wife. I'm going to go back and pretend that France is Egypt and just have fun."
Mm, mm. Now I'm hungry.
They asked
Now I
you
want a Snickers bar.
whether Carmen asked for blues or fentanyl on one hand or oxys on the other hand.
Yes.
Do you recall how you responded to that question?
Not right offhand. I think I said something to the extent of that I thought they were. I didn't know if they were fentanyl or Roxy's, but whatever she asked for is what she got.
Do you recall your answer to that specific question of theirs, whether she asked for blues specifically or fentanyl on one hand or oxys on the other hand?
No.
If I were to show you that transcript again, would you be able to recall?
I mean, I'm not going to remember it, but I can.
Would that help
see it?
refresh it?
I could see like what it says.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but as far as remembering that, that was 3 years ago, or however many years ago, and I was in a rough state at the time that I had that conversation with them.
Scott, can we bring up the witness, please? 8-46.
No, he just said he
Tango.
won't be. He just said his
No,
memory won't be refreshed. So you have to
Y-
impeach him.
Yeah, it's not going to refresh his memory. I mean,
He
I
doesn't
will
have
say,
one.
as That is rare, that admission. So he is coming off more honest than most prison snitches who say, "Yeah, I totally remember." He's like, "Look, dude, I can read it and tell you what it said I said, but as for having an actual memory."
Why the defense doesn't object?
This is
They gain,
terrible for the state.
they gain from this. They don't really want to object because it's good for the defense. Oh, you put an absolute horse. Yeah, allegedly he was in withdrawal at the time,
And
and they put him in an interview booth for hours.
not to mention, the defense isn't going to say anything because you have an unreliable witness who doesn't know where fentanyl came in. Again, this is helping their case with even their star witnesses who are the link don't know what the hell they sold each other or where they were or what time.
Where he got them from, or yeah.
My apologies. We'll fix that step.
Oh no, the bullshit meter is going off. My courtroom would have one of those.
Yeah.
There's question. Does that help refresh your recollection on how you responded to the investigator's question of whether she wanted blues or fentanyl specifically or oxys?
Yeah, it
Eyebrows
says that-
say
It's a yes or
no.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
So how did you respond to that?
Can I take this witness off my guard for just one moment?
Not at the moment. You gotta let me answer that question.
Quick vote.
Yes.
Yeah, I would voir dire this as well because he clearly has no recollection. He just
Someone's going to
says
ask
yes.
him, "Do you remember last week?"
Are they having a sidebar?
Yeah, because she wants to voir dire him.
All right. He's tweaking. Now, it's not uncommon for people who have been on the use for a very long time to keep tweaking.
Well, and we do have it at 1.25.
Yeah. And sidebar counter 35. What?
I do wonder how the family is feeling. Again, it does seem like a lot of this investigation was at the behest of the family.
Yeah.
And the dad does not look happy.
Sir, when the investigators asked you whether Carmen Lauber asked specifically for blues or fentanyl or oxy, how did you respond?
I said that she asked probably for blues, but at that time, Roxy's were blues. It wasn't like it was like the slang on the street was, when people bought Roxy's, they were buying blues. It was before, this influx of fentanyl that, and it also said that either so M30s, yeah, that's what the Roxy's were stamped with was M30s. That's the manufacturer stamp.
Doing
That's not
great,
just a
prosecution.
fentanyl thing.
Great choice.
Do you recall investigators then clarifying that very thing with you and asking, it wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s, right? Do you remember the investigators asking you for that clarification?
Well, oxy implies that they would have been Oxycontin to me, but M30s would be fentanyl, or not fentanyl, but Roxy's. At that time in 2022, in early 2022.
Well, I think that confuses what the investigators were trying to clarify, weren't they?
I don't know what they were.
Do you recall the investigators asking you? It wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s. Do you recall them asking you that?
I have read it, but I don't recall them asking me that, no.
But you know that they asked you that from having read the transcript, right?
Your Honor, asked and answered, he said he doesn't recall.
That is true. And if you would answer that question, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you know that investigators asked you it wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s.
Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah,
Do you recall your answer to that question?
I do not.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you the transcript of the interview?
Sure.
Scott, can I get 846T again?
I'm not even writing notes at this point.
If we can stay, please, on page 13.
He
What's the
doesn't
point in-
remember. He just
he-
goes with emotion. Would it refresh your recollection? I can read it.
I mean, I do appreciate that this witness is very honest, but then the jury could interpret this. Again, this is feeding directly in. As the state, you have to be very aware of how things are looking. He is feeding into the narrative that the state didn't have any case, that they have people that are willing to change their story to get out of things, to implicate a woman who did nothing wrong. And if you don't know the deep lore, if you don't know the backstory, that is exactly what it looks like. And we are 1 week we are 1/5 of the way through the trial. The state has 4 more weeks to dispel that, but they spent 1 week solidifying that narrative.
Yeah.
And sir, if you could read from
It says I sold her what? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, can you please read to yourself?
Oh,
Can you please read to yourself from page 13, line 19, and then we'll switch over to 14 in a second.
okay.
Okay, if you could take that down, please, Scott. Sir, does that help refresh your recollection?
I mean, no, but like I can see what it says, but I don't remember having this conversation. But
Yeah.
When the police asked you whether she was asking for oxys and got M30s, do you recall how you responded?
it says no. She would have got what she asked for. Okay.
He said he doesn't recall.
Sustained.
Sir, do you recall whether police asked you if Carmen Lauber knew there was fentanyl in the pills that you sold her?
Again, yeah, it said that.
It's a yes or no question.
Do you recall it?
I don't recall. I really don't recall the conversation with the police at all, other than I had the conversation with them. I don't remember details of it other than what I've read.
Do you agree in the interview generally that you confirmed that you sold pills containing fentanyl to Carmen Lauber?
No, I said that. From what I read, I said that she knew what she was.
Move
She got what she
on.
wanted. Whatever she asked me for is what she got. But I'm pretty sure it was Roxy's. And it was the whole questioning with those cops was them kind of telling me what I had been doing.
The cops were telling him what he was doing. Yeah. I think we know why the desperation from the state to not call these cops to the witness stand and not play the entirety of the videos.
The only positive thing is that both of the state's witnesses have, despite the state's shady behavior, seem to be credible in spite of the state.
Yeah.
I mean, he is being honest to what he remembers. He's not disputing the facts that are going to be digitally backed up. And I do think that that shows at least some credibility of these witnesses. But as far as the state, the jury has to be questioning this.
Yeah. And folks, even if you believe Kouri Richins is guilty and she deserves stuff and everything, this is what they did to her because they believe she's guilty, the investigators and everything. they will also do it to the people you believe are innocent. There's no difference for them. They want a prosecution, they want information, they will treat everyone the same. Now you have to ask yourself, is it worth it just to get to Kouri Richins when there might be dozens of people that are getting railroaded by the same officers
And
on a daily basis?
And I get that he was detoxing and all of this. My issue is with the state. The state went in with the knowledge that the defense were going to paint this as a shoddy investigation propped up by unreliable star witnesses who had things to gain, and a vendetta. And the investigation was started by a family that didn't like Kouri Richins. So if you go in knowing that those are going to be the defense attack points, why would you spend the first week of the trial basically feeding into that by having, most of the time, even with terrible prosecutors like Gravely, they had people on to bolster their prison snitches. They had, so-called, if you were dealing with an objective prosecutor, you had the lead investigator that said, we talked, we verified, we corroborated, these facts. We didn't just take, Johnny cellmate's story. We went back and tracked with this and this. The state has just fed into everything the defense says, and while I don't believe the defense, it's going to be a tough hill to climb. If you're a jury person, the state has spent a week reinforcing what the defense has said, and everything the defense has said seems to be true. So they're going to have to now tear down that shoddy work that they've done and then rebuild trust.
Yeah.
So you've read a copy of that transcript.
I have.
Is it an accurate transcript of your interview with detectives that day?
He said he doesn't remember.
Well, I'm going to let him answer it. You're objecting to foundation. Your foundation's overruled. It's a yes or no question, sir. Or I don't know. I want to be clear.
Okay, yeah, again, I don't know.
Can we turn now to an affidavit that you signed in September of 2025? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Did you swear to the affidavit saying that it was true?
Yes.
Did you read the affidavit before swearing to it?
I believe it was read to me.
In that affidavit, did you say that you sold drugs to Carmen Lauber 2 times in February 2022 at the Maverick in Draper?
I believe it said the same thing I've been saying, that it was once, maybe twice. Like, I don't recall if it was more than that. But
Did you say in that affidavit that one time you sold Roxy 30s and one time you sold Blues?
yes, but again, blues are, at that time, blues are Roxy 30. So they're synonymous.
That was
Yes.
your understanding of what Blues are, right?
Yes.
At that time.
Yes. And if I sold somebody blues, then they were the Roxy 30s.
Well, he might have had immunity for his testimony. Not for sure he still has it.
It will be interesting to see.
Did you say in that affidavit that you
reacts.
understood actually at that time in early 2022, that OxyContin was the same thing as Blues and Roxy 30s?
No.
Did you say in the affidavit that you sold OxyContin?
No. No, I think like there were notes being made in it and things crossed out, but yeah, I clearly said there's not OxyContin. I never sold OxyContin. I sold oxycodone, Roxy 30s.
So, sir, you've never sold OxyContin?
Never.
Oh boy.
Scott, can I get 847, please?
again, state, it
Th-
doesn't
this
matter
is-
what he signed when he was high as balls and detoxing. I
Yeah.
don't care
No.
what he signed when he was out of his mind.
Now, the interview was 3 years ago. This affidavit was last year.
Oh,
And but the affidavit is, yeah, I'll sign it. But I mean, we know from the YSL trial that they can agree with your defense attorney about this is the text. Yeah, we'll just go make copies, and they make changes in that before you bring it back. They bring it back for signatures, which happened in the YSL trial. So yeah, we know there's shady shit going on if they want. So this might be one of these times where they interpreted this man's actual testimony at the time, or the language he used, and then they wrote it
Now-
down and he signed it.
if I am as a person, I'm very objective. So if I were a juror, I would notice that there seems to be a lot of animosity between this particular witness and the state. It seems like he's there to screw over the state as much as he can. He's smirking, so he does seem to be getting pleasure from this. So I am noting that down and weighing that among everything he says. But I'm also noting down that he is vehement, and if anyone is going to be vehement on street pharmacology, I think it would be a not street legal pharmacist. So again, state, where the hell did the fentanyl come from?
Yeah. And also, at what point in time is it worth it to keep having this guy on?
Well, that's the other thing. The state isn't reading the room. This man is in no way helping him. He is a credibility destroyer. And this is not the hill you need to die on.
Yeah, no.
You have 5 more weeks.
Yeah.
Or
And
4.
I mean, he's literally risking his freedom by saying what he says right now.
Yeah, and that's also gotta weigh heavily for the jurors. I mean, there is going to be retaliation from the state. You don't think that Paul Lind isn't gonna get on his cell phone as soon as to like little finger him out of existence?
Sir, could you please review that? We'll scroll down through all the pages. Scott, can you go down one?
Yeah, that's a typo. I'm sorry.
Go down again, please.
Wait a minute. The street pharmacist is also a grammar
One more to the
Nazi?
Swearing.
This trial is insanity.
Can you go back to the top, please, Scott? Mr. Crozier, is that an accurate depiction of the affidavit that you signed in September 2025?
I mean, without all of the corrections, yes. Like, as I was sitting in jail and going over it with the defense attorney, she was crossing the Oxycontin out. I kept saying that's oxycodone. And then she was crossing other words out. Like, there was a whole bunch of different words that were put in there that were typos or they weren't the right words. Yeah, they certainly weren't my words. But
Whether they were your words or not, is this the one you signed? Is that your signature at the bottom?
it is, yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves 8-47 into evidence.
Sadly, I'm not surprised, because this is exactly what happened in the YSL trial on several plea deals or immunity deals and affidavits. They were told what was in it and they signed it. And then it turns out it didn't say what they actually said.
Also, I mean, I don't know enough about street pharmaceuticals and all that, but I'm guessing there's a lot of difference. And you would think the state wouldn't say the quiet part out loud. I mean, you know what they have in the background. Do they have enough, I guess, in the background, big dick evidence that they are just basically saying the quiet part out loud? Do they have enough actual physical or digital footprint evidence that they can basically say the quiet part out loud?
I can't. I'm actually not sure anymore what will actually be in evidence, because I know a lot of information from way back when, but
Because
some of these is new to me.
so yeah, because as a person objectively, I can understand maybe if you have like everything but a selfie of her, taking the little pill and crumbling it up on a live stream, I could understand why you'd be okay putting,
Mm.
fake lashes and this guy up as your star witnesses because, I basically have everything but, her taking a Polaroid. It just doesn't seem like they have that kind of big D energy evidence. This is why I can't be a lawyer. My mom's like, "Why don't you go to law school?" I'm like, "Because I call things big dick energy evidence."
No objection.
State's Exhibit 8-47 is admitted. Published to the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Scott, can we just zoom in on
An
the first full
affidavit, if
paragraph?
it's signed, it's still his words, and if it doesn't stand by it now, it's up to the jury to decide if
So is
it's
that first
when
paragraph
he's lying.
accurate?
Yes.
Isn't
The
it
second
always up to
paragraph
the
back.
jury, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is the third paragraph accurate?
Yes.
Scott, can you drop down one page and zoom in? Is that fourth paragraph accurate?
No. No, it's got a. Yeah, it's got the. Or it says oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Is that fifth paragraph accurate?
No. Again, it says oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Is that sixth paragraph accurate?
No. Again, it says oxycodone. Or oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Seventh paragraph accurate?
No, because it says that I met with her 2 times, and I'm not sure that I met with her 2 times.
How about the eighth paragraph?
Yes.
How do you know whether what you were selling, were you selling pills at the end of 2022?
I wasn't selling Roxy's anymore. I was only selling fentanyl at that time.
Were you selling pills in late 2021 and early 2022?
I was selling Roxy's then, yes.
How do you know what was inside the pills that you were selling?
Because I had multiple people that had prescriptions.
So you were getting the pills from other people.
Yeah, I had, yes.
Who did you get the pills from?
Yeah, sadly, a lot of, well, not, I can't say about the amount, but there are many people who have a hard time getting by, so they sell some of their pills to drug dealers because they can sell 5 out of a cart of 25, and that pays for the next cart.
Yeah,
Sadly,
unfortunately,
Yeah.
that's
That you sold to Carmen Lawler?
I don't recall. Like I had multiple sources that I was getting them from.
So you just had a guy?
I had a few guys.
Is paragraph 9, is that accurate?
Yes.
Is that accurate with the handwritten correction?
Yeah, the possessing, yes.
Are those your initials next to that possessing is handwritten?
Yes.
How about paragraph 10? Is that accurate?
Look, I was very confused during this interview as I was detoxing from drug use and was very out of it. It's they put that in front of the state put that in front of the jury.
Yeah, at this point, why bring him up? If the defense, he wouldn't be on my witness list. He doesn't bring much to it. I wouldn't bring him up unless the defense maybe made me. That's just
Yeah,
all there is to it.
yeah.
Or I would bring him up, and if he said what he said, I wouldn't fight him on it.
Mm.
I'd leave it to the
I
defense.
I would not argue with him. I would just, is this your affidavit? Yes.
Were
Is
you
this
honest
correct?
at the?
Yeah. I mean, just get through the motion and then use this affidavit without him.
Yeah, that's why I said there does seem to be a power struggle between these two that has nothing to do with this case. And
Yeah.
I mean the state's attorney and this particular witness.
Mm.
Now, whether that's because the lead attorneys were dicks and the DA did nothing to curtail that, I don't know.
Mm.
Yeah, yes.
How about paragraph 11?
At first, I did not remember Carmen Lauber, but after they reminded me, I did remember. So they had to remind him. This is not good. And this is the affidavit the state. Oh, Lord.
Yes.
We go down to. We can go all the way just to. Okay. Paragraph 12, accurate?
It is.
13?
With the exception of the Oxycontin again, instead of oxycodone. Again, the oxycodone prescription, I had an Oxycontin prescription.
14 accurate?
Again, with the Oxycontin instead of oxycodone.
15 accurate?
It is.
16 accurate?
With the Oxycontin instead of oxycodone.
Let's scroll down to the. That's your signature?
It is.
Can we go to the next page step? Is that your signature?
It is.
Now in there you say that you read the foregoing. Did you read it?
It was read to me, yes.
Is the foregoing a power of attorney or is it something else?
I'm sorry, I don't know what foregoing is.
Well, what's above there? First three pages.
I'm sorry. What was your question?
It says right there that I read the foregoing power of attorney and understood the contents thereof. You're telling me that you didn't read it, right?
Saying that it was read to me, and and every time it said Oxycontin, like we were saying, okay, that needs to be oxycodone.
But those changes weren't made.
No, I mean, yeah, apparently not.
Thanks, Scott. Is it fair to summarize your testimony today that you sold Carmen Lauber on at least one, maybe two occasions, M30s and blues, and you believe that M30s and blues referred to at that time oxycodone?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Ms. Lewis.
I would assume that that is why they had an undercover agent later, who may or may not have testified about what was what back in 2022.
Yeah, but you would think that you would also, if look, this looks bad for the state. So as the state, you'd want to get ahead of bad facts. Maybe you'd want an addiction counselor or someone that would explain that, yes, look, addicts at the beginning of things, tend to try to game the system or don't remember things, but prove the point that memories can become clearer the further away from your addiction you are, because I don't know how true that is, not having had that kind of addiction, but it seems to contradict itself, that
Yeah.
if you are so messed up that you couldn't make a memory, how can you then later access that memory that you didn't make? I could be very wrong. But that's why you would need an expert, because most people, that's not going to make sense.
Need glass of water?
I do not, thank you.
Okay. What's
I don't
examination?
know. It's all a blur. We've met before, right?
What's that?
We've met before.
We have?
Yes. Okay. Just gonna ask you a couple of questions about that first interview. You said that with the detectives that you really didn't remember that interview. You did say, though, just a moment ago, well, they were just telling me what I'd been doing. Do you remember that?
I do.
All right. So during that interview, remember that they just told you what you'd been doing and you just kind of agreed. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I didn't really want to get in trouble. I was already in jail. I had bail. I was trying to get out. I wasn't. And they kept telling me that I wasn't in trouble and nobody was going after me and things like that. But still, I mean, when they originally came and talked to me, were asking me about, I had no idea who any of the people they were besides Nicole. They showed me pictures and I was like, I don't know who that is. But yeah.
All right. Let's fast forward to September of 2025.
Okay.
And you were interviewed by myself and by my investigator, Mr. Bertram. Correct?
Yes,
And were you sober when you and I and Mr. Bertram met?
I was.
And do you recall at that interview you told us you thought you had sold to Ms. Carbon 2 times?
I think I said once, maybe twice.
All right.
Same thing I've been saying.
You said once, maybe twice.
Mhm.
And that the first time was Roxy 30s, which you've explained, right?
I'm sorry. Yes.
And Roxy 30s, and we're going to get to this whole Oxycontin, oxycodone thing in just a minute.
Okay.
But Roxy 30s, would that be 30 milligram oxycodone pills?
Yes.
All right. And you said you met her at the Maverick to sell them. And you,
Ms. Lewis. If you would just add a question mark at the end of these as you go.
oh, all right. And you met her at the Maverick to sell them, correct?
Yes.
And that you remember it was early 2022, correct?
Yeah, it was around this time. There was snow then. So
Okay. So can you remember what you were charging per pill for 30 milligram oxycodones?
like either $25 or $30 a piece.
$25 or $30 per pill.
Mhm.
You weren't selling fentanyl at that time, but when you did sell fentanyl, what did that sell for?
About the same.
You sold fentanyl for about the same.
Mhm.
Are you aware that there was a time that fentanyl was sold for considerably less than oxycodone?
Yes.
And would that have been earlier when fentanyl first started in the market, or would that just depend on who was selling it?
It just depends on who was selling it,
Okay.
where you got it from. You know, if you know a Hondo that'll give them to you for 80 cents, then yeah. But
All right, that's fair. So, do you recall? Let me back up. So, you said that when you sold her, the time that you clearly remember the first time she was sitting in a car, was anybody with Ms. Lover?
I don't remember.
You don't remember there being anyone, or you just don't know?
I just don't know. Like if there was some, or if she was by herself. I don't know.
Okay. And then, do you recall saying that there was a time you sold to her when a man came with her?
Yes, I do.
So that would have been the second time that we talked about earlier, correct?
Not sure. It could have been the first time, but probably. Yeah,
Okay.
if there was twice. Why not?
Okay. All right. So, if Ms. Carmen Lauber testified that you told her, these are fentanyl pills, I'm selling you fentanyl pills, would that be true?
I mean, if I said it to her, then it would be true. But I don't know that I said that to her.
Well, were you selling her fentanyl pills?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. And let's go over that again, because I know this was you were using during that period.
Mm-hmm.
But why was it that you remembered that in 2022, early 2022, you were selling oxycodone and not fentanyl?
Because everybody was scared of fentanyl in early 2022 and in 21. You know, it was all over the news and people were dying and it was kind of hard to get and people were scared of getting it. And like I testified, I had people that had prescriptions. I had my own prescription and we sold those.
When you said you had a prescription and you knew people that had prescriptions, are you talking about oxycodone?
Yes.
Do you remember the milligrams of your prescription?
Mine were 10s at that time.
10s. Did
Yeah.
you sell any of those to Carmen Lauber?
No.
Okay, so you sold somebody else's prescription.
Yes.
And the pills you sold were actually prescription pills from a pharmacy?
Yes.
And do you recall you met her at the Maverick? And do you recall the person that you were buying from actually lived not super far away from that Maverick? Isn't that correct?
No.
You didn't have a supplier that was pretty close to that Maverick?
No.
So you don't recall that you met her there and then you left to get the pills and came back?
I don't remember. I might have met somebody down the street, but I don't remember if I didn't go to anybody's house to get them.
All right, that's fair. So somebody met you a ways from the Maverick to give you the pills?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And those were that person's prescription?
Yes.
Do you know what the milligrams were? Were they 30 milligrams?
They were 30 milligrams.
All right. So at that time in early 2022, you would not have been telling Carmen Lauber, here, these are fentanyl.
No, I didn't have a fentanyl plug at that time. Like I didn't know anybody that sold fentanyl at the time.
All right. And you said if you were asked for blues, that to you that meant what?
Roxy's.
Roxy's. Because before fentanyl became really well known, a lot of oxycodones were blue.
Yeah, and they were the M30s, like from the manufacturers. And I think that's why whoever makes those now, the fentanyl ones, they made them to look just like the Roxy's because people were taking, a lot of people were addicted to Roxy 30s at that time. So they made them look exactly like that. And that's why people were dying, because they were thinking they were taking a Roxy and they were taking a fentanyl that looked exactly the same, but color might have been a little different.
And those were either being made illicitly or brought in from Mexico, right?
I'm not sure how they come in, but yeah, they were here. Yeah,
They were-
you couldn't get them from a pharmacy for sure.
I'm sorry,
You could not get them from a pharmacy, no.
Okay. So the pills that you sold in 2022 that were light blue, those came from a pharmacy.
Yes.
Do you recall that selling pills that were light green?
If they were light green, they would have been 15s or 20s. Like with the Roxy's, like the lower the doses, like I had a prescription for 10s and they were pink. And then I think the 15s might have been green and then 20s were gray, I think. And then all of, from every manufacturer, they were all blue. The Roxy 30s were every manufacturer, they were all blue.
Light blue?
Yeah, whether they said M30 on them or A22 something or whatever it was, the manufacturer stamp on them.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the affidavit, the one that's been admitted, and then there's a second one that has not yet been admitted. Now, when Mr. Bertram and you didn't take this affidavit, right?
No, I did not.
And Mr. Bertram and I brought these up to you, correct?
Mhm.
And we
Yes.
read them to you, correct?
Yes.
And you made some corrections, correct?
Well, I think you had the pen, but yes.
You told me some
Yes.
corrections to make, and I made them correct. And then you signed them, correct?
Yes.
But
Apparently, you
that
didn't
time-
correct all of it.
let me rephrase that. Then later, you were given an attorney, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Letkins.
Mhm.
And is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Letkins went over these with you again later, correct? The affidavits.
I don't remember if she did or not. I mean, I went from meeting with you from jail and then going to treatment. I was in 7th Street treatment at the time. I know that we talked about him.
You and Ms. Letkins.
I don't know if we went over it line by line like we just did, but I know that we talked about it.
Do you recall telling Ms. Letkins, there's a mistake in these? It says Oxycontin and it's supposed to be oxycodone?
Yes.
All right. And are you aware that Ms. Letkins then let the prosecutors in this case know these are correct, except that they say Oxycontin and they should say oxycodone?
I don't know that she did that, but I'm sure she did. I don't.
Okay. And so I'm the one that typed Oxycontin, correct?
Probably yet.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now that I didn't understand them, but I understand now, what's the difference between Oxycontin and oxycodone?
Oxycontin is way stronger. And it's time released now, I believe. Like I think in the 90s it wasn't. They were having a lot of problems around the country with those. And then they made them time released. The Oxycodone or the Oxycontin 30s, I believe, are purple or they're red or maroon color or something like that. But yeah, they have like a gel around them.
All right. So there's a mistake that we put Oxycontin, and then you later corrected it with your attorney and said, well, this is right, other than it should say oxycodone.
Yes.
All right. Because you were selling oxycodone,
Yes.
not Oxycontin.
Yes.
All right, let me show you. Do we have the mark on the notes of it? Okay. Let's pull up what is Defense Exhibit 1025. You actually signed 2 affidavits in September of 2025,
Yes.
correct? And the state introduced one of those affidavits, correct?
I don't know. They just showed me one.
They showed you one.
Okay. Yes.
That's the only one they showed you.
Yes.
Will you take a look at this and tell me if this is the second one you signed?
In paragraph 8, it says Oxycontin again, but
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that.
okay. Yes.
Okay, so other than where it says, there's 2 times it says Oxycontin when it should have said oxycodone. Other than that, is this a true statement?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to admit Defense Exhibit 1025, which actually is both statements, the one that was already admitted plus this one together. We can separate them out, but it's the same.
Objection on the waiver.
And the state objects. They don't want the other one in.
Yeah. It's just, again, feeding into the defense's narrative. So
Yeah.
good job, state.
And we have a sidebar. Sidebar counter. 36. Why don't, yeah. I get the notion the state really don't want physical evidence in evidence. This is a long ass sidebar.
That's right.
Oh,
I'm going to hide this for just a moment, Ms. Lewis. It is queued up, though, if you need it.
All right, let's actually go to page 2, though, Katie, because you've already read. You just read this, right? As you were sitting here. All right. So, do you recall a meeting with prosecutors in this case in April of 2025 to discuss your testimony?
I do.
And that was before you met with myself and Mr. Bertram in September of 2025.
Yes.
And at that meeting, did you tell them then that you never did sell fentanyl to Carmen Lauber?
I told them that I'm pretty sure that I sold her Roxy's and not fentanyl.
Okay. So you told them, excuse me. You told them basically the same thing that you said in September of 2025 and what you're saying today
Yes.
in your testimony. And did you sign a sworn affidavit that that in fact happened?
I did.
All right. And were you sober when you met with the prosecution in 2025
I was.
to tell them that I never sold her fentanyl, I sold her Roxy 30s,
Yes.
oxycodone?
Oxycodone.
Okay. When you met with, or not met, I'm sorry, you talked to your friend Nicole. What did she tell you? No, let me rephrase that. What was your understanding of what Carmen Lauber wanted? She said, I have a friend who wants some pills. What was your understanding of what that friend wanted?
Did she wanted Roxy's? Roxy's. I'm sorry.
So again, you didn't start selling fentanyl until late 2022.
That's right.
You had no access to it in January, February, March of 2022.
No.
When you did start selling fentanyl, what color were those pills?
Like almost purple.
A really dark color.
Yeah, they were very distinctive.
Okay. So not light blue, not light green.
Mhm.
Did anyone ever ask you for the Michael Jackson stuff?
I'm sorry.
I think that answers my question. Nobody ever asked you, Carmen Lauber didn't ask you to sell her the Michael Jackson drug.
No. Is that,
Do you know what that is?
what do they call that? Prohypnol or something?
Propofol.
Propofol. There you go. Yeah, I've heard of it as I've watched the Michael Jackson thing when he died, but yeah, nobody's ever asked me for that.
Do you know if you can even
I
buy that on the street?
I doubt it.
Okay.
It seems like they would keep that under a tight lock and key.
All right. I'm just going to summarize and then
Wait,
be done.
you
Okay.
pause just one
So-
second.
When you initially agreed with detectives that
Can we all collectively laugh at the fact that the street pharmacist is encouraging that we keep the Michael Jackson stuff locked up? Like,
Yeah.
kids, I used to be a street pharmacist, but stay away from that Michael Jackson stuff. Like, that stuff is bad.
Oh.
I only snorted
Might have sold
various prescriptions, but
fentanyl, you were high, you were coming down, and you don't remember saying that specifically.
That is correct. Yes.
And when you met with myself and Mr. Bertram in September of 25, and you said you were selling only oxycodone, you were sober, correct?
Yes.
And you were being truthful?
Yes.
All right. When you met with Mr. Bloodworth and his investigator in April of 2025, you were sober,
Yes.
and you said you were only selling oxycodone in early 2022.
That's correct.
You sober today?
I am.
In fact, congratulations, you just finished your treatment program, right?
Thank you. I did.
What was your sober date?
August 26th,
Of 2020?
25.
25. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Robert, I want you to look at the jury. I want you to tell them, are you telling the truth here today?
Yes, I am telling the truth.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Mr. Blood.
Mr. Crozier, how were the pills that you sold to Carmen Lauber packaged?
You ever seen a bag?
Were those little tiny clear Ziploc bags?
I don't remember, but a Ziploc bag or something. Yeah, they were in a bag of some kind. Yes.
Like one of those little bags you get with a spare button on a shirt?
Well, I don't think you can't fit 20 or 30 pills in a little bag like that. So they were probably a little bigger than that, but yes.
And you got that bag from your plug, right?
Yeah, from one of somebody.
One of the guys that sold you the pills.
Correct.
You did not get that bag from a pharmacy, correct?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness from the subpoena?
We may, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Crozier, you're free to go.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Lutkins, thank you. Is this a good time for a restroom break? I don't know how long the next witness will be.
Yeah, Your Honor, next witness, maybe 30 minutes for the state.
Why don't we take a restroom break? Thanks, folks.
All right, jury.
Yeah, and this is the time when they screwed up. Let's have a short. Here we go. When me and Mo saw this, we had to borrow it from Nick Rekieta. So this is what happened with the next witness, an undercover officer. Yeah, so I'm going to show you guys if you missed it. So my little channel won't matter because his face is plastered all over. I have since blurred hiding the face of this. I suggest to Salt Lake City Police Department to take his family into hiding and him as well.
Yes.
So now, I'm using a Nick Rekieta stream because Nick will show up here eventually. This is how, this.
So really any street level drug deal is going to be part of maybe a ring or an organization in the sense of generally speaking, your dealer on the street has gotten those drugs from someone
Just-
else who
yeah.
there's a chain. So
I mean,
in my unit, our
I might
primary
admit,
goal is to
a couple
work that
times.
chain as far as we can.
Would you pause there for one moment?
Yes.
I'm so sorry, Counsel. Would you put your mic?
And that is probably when the judge was notified by somebody. He's been shown to the world for 20 minutes while discussing.
yeah, remembering that this is Salt Lake City and or the Salt Lake area, their drug buys are going to look like bikers, Hell's Angels guys.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What?
So they go up to they talk.
Grace, can I have a word?
I suspect Grace is the one who should have told the camera crew.
Yeah, but you would think.
Yeah, I guess. I'll probably have to put in my card though. Didn't they just approach, get done, go right back?
Yeah, so that is what happened, and that is also why on the official streams you will not find it anymore. But this undercover cop told everybody about how to buy drugs on the street for roughly an hour. Can the undercover sue Court TV? No. Well, it can. Well, everybody can sue anyone, but this, I believe, is a mistake from the court, who did not tell the camera crew to stop recording.
Now, Nick, since you saw the testimony, did his testimony corroborate that some dealers do have like a group of people that kind of share their prescriptions, and then other people then get from illicit pipelines?
No, it was more general. This is how it works on the street, according to him.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we came back with this witness.
It's a perjury.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, thanks.
We will be caught up
Good
in
afternoon.
no time with
Good afternoon.
Sir, if you could
actual
state
day.
your name and spell your last name, please.
Yep, my name is Marcos Garagachia. My last name is spelled G-A-R-A-Y-C-O-C-H-E-A.
Where do you work?
At the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office.
What's your role there?
There. I'm so happy you spelled that out. Oop.
Yep.
Marcos Garay och what? Okay.
Y'all, that is why I'm like an inspectorologist.
Garaguchia. Okay. All right, let's see. This guy's testimony is not long. And after that, we will get into day 6. And they just started over there, so we will be caught up in no time.
Spelled G-A-R-A-Y-C-O-C-H-E-A.
Where do you work?
At the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office.
What's your role there?
I'm in the Special Investigations Unit.
What does that mean?
We have a forensics lab in the Special Investigations Unit where we download phones, we image hard drives, create demonstrative exhibits
Okay,
for
so
court, and do cell mapping.
Prosecution, the DA's
Are you
office
trained to
investigator.
perform cell phone downloads?
Yes.
What certifications or what programs are you trained to use?
As far as the programs go, Gray Key and Cellbrite and Axiom.
Did you receive a request from the Summit County
Yes,
Sheriff's Office
we know
to
the caption
download
said his name
some cell
was
phones?
Ray
Yes.
Hawk.
I want to talk
That's
about
not
those phones. I want to talk about 3 of those phones.
Okay.
So first, I want to talk about a white iPhone 12 with phone number ending 1987. Are you familiar with the phone I'm talking about?
Yes.
Is this one of the phones that you were asked to perform a download on?
Yes.
And were you able to complete a download of this phone?
Yes.
Describe how you did that.
So I use what's called a Gray Key machine to extract the data. All that data, it just comes in a zip file. Once that data is produced, you have to use a tool, forensic tool, in order to process the data. And I used a Celebrite machine to do that.
And when you got that raw data from the phone, was there any way to manipulate that data that you extracted from the phone?
No.
You didn't change anything?
No.
And when you placed the raw data from that phone into the readable format, same question. Was that data changed or manipulated in any way?
No.
How do you know that?
Celebrite is a forensic tool that
Yeah, let's have a word with the Canton Police Department, who says, oh, things that come out of Celebrite, we can't really trust it because we know it says horse long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. But never mind, it was just a mistake from Celebrite. It was actually 6 in the morning.
If Celebrite could explain how a touchscreen phone can do butt dials when everyone's asleep.
Yeah, butt dial, but answering the phone, and but
deletion.
Deletion.
just specializes in just processing the raw data. You're unable to delete or modify any kind of process data that it produces.
Once you put that raw data into a readable format, was that data given back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Talking about the second phone, did you do a cell phone download for a green iPhone 11 with phone number ending 9317?
Yes, I did.
Okay, same questions. Were you able to perform a download on that phone?
Blah, 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 blah. Okay, folks, YouTube gives me the ability to give 10 gifted memberships each month. I can gift 5 at a time, and I chose now to do it.
Awesome sauce.
Yeah, so to Katie P002, Gillian Siobhan Mall, to Little Miss Linda Luthersus, I'm so sorry for the butcher, and Glam and Getaways. You all got gifted memberships, so now you also, for the next month, have access to all my members-only content and your own emojis here on YouTube. Yay!
Yes, I was.
And what was the process you used for that?
Again, I used a Reiki machine to extract the data, and then that extraction was processed through Celebrite.
And same questions. Was that data manipulated or changed in any way when it was extracted from the phone?
No.
And how about once it was put into Celebrite?
No.
Was that information from that second phone then given back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Now, talking about the third phone I want to turn your attention to, that's an iPhone 7 ending 0904.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that phone?
Yes.
Were you able to complete a download of that phone?
I was.
Describe how you did that.
So I believe the iPhone 7 Plus was in need of some repair. So I fixed it, replaced the screen to a point where I was able to extract the data and get a partial download through Reiki again, and then processed it through Celebrite.
Now, when you say a partial download, was that on the iPhone 7 or the iPhone XR?
I believe it was on the iPhone 7. I might be getting it mixed up. I believe the iPhone, the first one that I received, the one that I repaired, I believe we got a full extraction on.
Okay, that's the phone I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, that was the one.
So when you say you repaired it, what was wrong with it?
So when I first received it, I noticed that the screen was cracked and the glass was flaking off. I charged it for a few hours, and it was evident that it was not going to turn on, so it was non-operational. At that point, I started the repair process.
How did you repair it?
So the first, you want me to go step by step?
Sure.
Okay. So the first thing I did is, just for my safety, I used what's called heat resistant tape to cover the screen so that I wouldn't get any shards of glass on me. And then I started the separation process from the screen and the main board. Once that was done, I noticed that there was quite a lot of debris inside the phone, which typically is a pretty sterile environment. I could tell there was some water damage, which suggests to me not only the screen was cracked, but there might have been the water seal around it was most likely compromised. So it was not only physically damaged, but most likely some water had seeped in.
And were you eventually able to get a download from that phone?
I was, yes.
And that was after you repaired it?
Yes.
Anything about repairing the phone that changes the data on it?
No.
So same questions for that phone. You were able to download it. And what program did you use?
Reiki, and then again, I used Celebrite.
And same questions from the download with the raw data in Reiki to the readable format in Celebrite. Any of that data manipulated?
No.
Any of that data changed?
No.
And then you gave that information back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
Okay. Those are all my questions.
Yuri Buchanan or asshole Bukake. One of the two.
Sorry.
Marcos is fine. My last name is
We were on the phone. So
yeah, no worries.
Sorry. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. Really just two things. And we've heard testimony before. The jury has heard testimony before about the phone being extracted by Gray Key and then it coming in a non-readable format. Is that accurate?
Non-readable, yes. It comes in a zip file.
Correct.
Yes, and it needs to be processed in order to be readable.
And that's when Celebrite comes in.
Yes.
And then you do kind of like a double bind where you compare hash values, correct?
Typically, yes, that's something that you can do.
And is that the same thing you did here to make sure that nothing was, as the state indicated, manipulated?
Yeah, so Gray Key does give you a hash value, and then Celebrite would also give you a hash value, and those were compared.
And you're certified in Celebrite, of course.
Yes.
And are there different levels of certification within Celebrite?
Yeah, I mean, you can continue going to classes and getting certified, but I think the most important thing is to keep your programs updated. Okay. That's probably the most important thing because as a technician, as a phone down person does phone downloads, I do numerous amounts of downloads, which keeps me fresh and updated with that process.
Well, because the technology landscape is constantly changing.
Yeah, the technology changes, but more so with the device you're seeing.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, it can change. Yeah.
Let me ask you about how you received the phone.
Okay.
Phones. Can you tell me, and just go in whatever order you prefer.
Okay.
And tell me the state that the phones came in terms of their packaging when they arrived at your office.
Okay. So on, I believe it was May 30th, I received 2 phones. Both need repair. The first one was an iPhone 7 Plus. That one came in its original evidence package. I took photographs of those of the package front and back. Then I opened it up and took photos of the phone itself, front and back. The second package was an iPhone XR. That came in its original evidence package as well. I took photos of the front of the package and the back of the package, and I cut it open and took photos of the front and the back of the phone itself. And then I believe on June 28th, I received 2 other phones from Detective Root, and it's the same thing. Both came in their original evidence package. Front and back photographs were taken of both, and both were taken out of the bag, and front and back of the phone were photographed.
Now I heard Detective Root for the last 2. Was Detective Root for all 4?
Ooh, I'm not quite clear on that one.
No problem.
I believe he was.
Okay, no problem. Did they come in, or can you explain to the jury what a Faraday bag is?
They did not come in Faraday bag.
Can you just explain what that is?
Yes,
They did not put the phones in Faraday bags? Oh, for the love of fuck.
Well, effectively is putting them in airplane mode.
Mm.
I mean, aren't the Faraday bags simply a contingency plan if airplane mode were to not work?
Sort of, yes. I mean, it hinders signals from reaching the phone and phone signals to reach out, which is not really airplane mode, because in airplane mode, they still search for connections. They just don't display it.
I'm beyond stupid.
If I remember correctly.
So.
But a Faraday bag effectively stops signals going in and out, which also hinders updates, auto updates, and stuff like that. Which, I mean, if you have loads of stuff on your phone, in an update, some background noise will go missing.
Fair point. The state, goodness gracious.
And they didn't put it in the Faraday bag. Imbeciles.
Faraday bag it's a bag that will keep the phone from receiving any kind of exterior communication. So it's the same thing as putting an airplane, or it's the same thing as putting your phone in airplane mode. Like when you take a trip, they ask you to put your phone in airplane mode so it doesn't interfere with communication with, say, the airplane.
Now, there were 2 unoperable phones, correct?
That's correct.
And so that one really wouldn't matter, correct? In terms of whether they were in a Faraday bag or not.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't matter.
And what about the other 2? Were those operable?
They were both operable, but they came to me in a off.
In off mode.
Yeah, off mode. Yes, correct.
And also those were similar, just to make sure, I think you said this, evidence bag sealed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then when you release them back, could you just tell me who you released them to, and then how you packaged them, if any different than how they got to you?
Yeah, I believe both phones were released to Detective Root. I'd have to look at the chain of custody paper. But what I did was, once I was done extracting the phones for all 4 phones, I put them back into their evidence bag, sealed it and initialed it, and then I took photographs and gave it back to Summit County.
Perfect. 2 last questions. The first one is with regards to analyze.
I'm speeding up because this is boring.
Well, I mean, I've analyzed phones. I don't know what you mean. You have to clarify what you mean by
Just as an analyzer, instead of in this case, you just extracted the information, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't analyze it.
I did not analyze any of the data.
Perfect. And then the second question I had is, in your experience, I can't remember how many extractions you said, or you might not. I'm imagining thousands.
Yeah, probably close to mid hundreds.
Okay.
Yeah.
And once you extract a phone, is there any reason to extract it again?
There might be. It depends.
Yeah. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah. So if you can extract the phone using Cellbrite, you can also extract it just with Cellbrite, and you can also extract it with Gray Key. Sometimes using two different forensic tools may yield different data. So it could yield more data than this one. So it's always wise to have different forensic tools in a lab.
And what about within the same forensic tool? So say you did a Gray Key extraction on one phone. Is there a reason to do another Gray Key extraction of that same phone?
Typically, no. I mean, it just depends how much time has gone by, because the Gray Key does update its program, and maybe at a later time, maybe it can yield more information as the technology gets better with the program.
And same with Cellbrite.
Possibly. Yeah.
Perfect. That's all I have. Thank you so much. Continue.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
Maybe we release this witness.
Yes.
Mr. Ramos.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. You are free to speak.
Okay, so he was just there to say,
Yeah,
yeah,
maybe we approach it.
extracted
Schedule.
info.
Yes, please.
And scheduling, which means sidebar. Sidebar counter 37. Okay.
It's almost 4:05 on a Friday. I appreciate your attention and diligence this week. We'll be recessing for the weekend. Please hear me on this. This is an extended period of time in which or read anything about this case. Please rise for the jury.
Let's say if they had anything to talk about.
Doesn't have to happen right now,
Okay.
but I need to create a record on the court's denial of the motion for mistrial at some point. Let's just.
Oh, so they did do a motion for mistrial in the middle of this. Probably with one of the sidebars. Which one?
Let that get lost.
Okay.
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 All right. We can do that next week.
I'll be prepared to do that.
Very
Maybe
good.
Monday morning, first thing.
Let's just get rolling by 8:30 a.m. on Monday, and then we'll see where we go from there. Okay. Same warning for all of the members of the media and spectators. If you happen to see a juror in the wild over the weekend, please give them a wide berth. I wish you all the very best. Court's in recess. Thank you.
And that was it for day 5, which means, well, first of all, generally day 5, if you disregard the way too long cross-examination of Mrs. Lauber, whatever's, I don't think that was a good day for the prosecution.
No, I don't think that the other witnesses helped them out as much as they.
Because even though they had information, it also revealed that their investigators are assholes.
Yeah.
All right, day 6. Dun dun dun. We got caught up fast. Well, we are 2 hours in, so let's not celebrate just yet.
All right, take a seat. Mr. Butterworth, anything before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Wait.
Okay, we'll be in recess until 2:45.
Wait.
Thank you.
No, it was just a rehash from Court TV before that. Wait, I'm on the wrong. Come on. Here it is. Or go away. Okay. Here it is. Sorry.
We have not been able to consult with Dr. Christensen. Morning that they intend to move to exclude or suppress his testimony, and I will let them make whatever motion they want to make.
Counsel, tell me more.
It is simply that we have not been able to consult with Dr. Christensen. We have reached out to him I'm sorry. We have not been able to consult with Mr. Christensen or Dr. Christensen. We've reached out numerous times, got on the phone with him once. He was unavailable, asked if we could get some time with him. That was about, I don't know, 4 or 5 weeks ago. And haven't heard anything. Last week we informed the state that we haven't been able to get in touch with him, asked the state to have him reach out to us. He has not reached out to us, so just based on just the rule, and he should be available to cooperatively consult with us. He did not.
I appreciate that. He's here now.
I understand. I think
Mr. Berman, sir, if we flip the order of events, can we allow Dr. Christensen to consult with defense counsel since he's...
Oh, I don't like this, because how are they supposed... You get the information, you talk to your own expert, how do we do this? And then you formulate tactics around it. You don't do that in 15 fucking minutes. No, Judge, you were doing so good.
Well, no, not to mention, why is the defense's expert not answering them? Do we need a voir dire?
No, other way around.
Oh.
This is a state
Okay.
expert refusing to talk to the defense. The guy talking is the spray tan guy, isn't it?
Yes, sorry, I misunderstood. For the love of Cheeto State.
And they contacted him 5 weeks ago, and he refused to make contact. Oh, state is playing games again.
physically present, and then we can use the time for a different witness.
I have no objection to that. Indeed, I asked counsel my plea 15 minutes ago. That's what time that's not. So,
who else do you have on deck?
I don't know.
John, let me see. I don't know if we have anybody in until 9, but we'll see.
Okay.
Your Honor, we have an objection to another witness that the state intends to call today.
Okay, but let's stay focused on this one for the moment. Mr. Ramos, make a record for me. If I change the order of witnesses and just order Dr. Christensen to consult with you since he's physically present, anything further on that?
Just assuming that we can take that break. I'm not sure who's next and whether it's my witness or not.
Understood. Okay.
Absent that, I will make do. Obviously, I didn't want to do that rushed before we got here. So if we can have an hour or whatever we need,
right,
that'd be great.
Let's figure out what the order of witnesses is going to be.
May I just have the benefit of the record for 1 minute? So I spoke to Mr. Christensen, or Dr. Christensen this morning. He says that he received a call several months ago from Mr. Bertram saying, hey, we need to set up a time. He never heard from them again. He received a call warning that he would be getting an email maybe a month ago or so. No, a subpoena. He subsequently received it by email, and then he received a call with no message this over the weekend, and that's where we are.
We are where we are. We'll work it out. Mr. Bulliver, talk to me about the other witnesses that are proposed for today.
Your Honor, I think that other witness is going to draw a motion.
Oh, who is it?
His name is Todd Davis. I guess I don't know. Detective Todd Davis. Your Honor, Mr. Davis was not on the state's witness list. They added him on Thursday, which I believe is in violation of Rule 16. And I'll point the court to State versus Draper, 378 P. 3rd, 1261. In that case, the state had the manager of the store that was the victim of the theft on the witness list, and then later during trial added the assistant manager, and the Court of Appeals found it was an abuse of discretion for the trial court to allow that witness to testify without sufficient notice under Rule 16.
What was the amount of notice in that case?
I don't think it said exactly if it was but it was during trial. It said it was during trial that they announced that she was going to testify, and I don't recall if it was the same day. But the state's had months and months. We've had 8 amended witness lists, and I think to continue to add witnesses during trial is not sufficient under the rule.
Help me out, Mr. Bloodworth. What is is it Detective Davis?
It's Lieutenant Detective.
Okay.
Lieutenant Davis, right?
Sure.
He, Your Honor, the state is calling him to authenticate the May 4th, 2023 interview video of Robert Crozier. In rebuttal to Robert Crozier's testimony, all he's going to do is authenticate the video.
Is that
That's the first I've heard that that's all he's going to do. But
is that issue in dispute? I mean, you reserve your arguments about whether there are other bases to bar the admission of that video,
which I believe there are.
but authenticity probably isn't one of them. Do we really need to call a witness, or can we just stipulate that it's authentic and then the parties will reserve their arguments regarding admissibility?
I would agree it's authentic, but yes, we would have other objections.
So can we just have a clear stipulation on the record that the May 4, 2023 video recording of law enforcement's interview with Robert Crozier is authentic?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I add that the transcript of the video as well?
Is it a certified transcript?
It's certified.
I think that follows from the rule regarding certified transcripts. Ms. Lewis, do you agree?
I agree.
Okay. So it sounds like we don't need that guy.
Correct, Your Honor. we may as well use this time to litigate, I guess, what other objections to admissibility the defense has on the video.
Forgive me, the state is offering the video under which rule or exception?
Your Honor, 801 of the D1A and perhaps some of it.
Why would they use a completely different cop than the people? They really do not want the officers who conducted the interview to testify.
Well, Nick, what is Rule 801? I need to get a rule book or rule of evidence because I know some of some of the exceptions, but I don't know off the top of my head. But it does seem like the state is doing workarounds and trying to circumnavigate kind of normal procedure.
No.
Because I don't think I've heard 801 and
Rule 801 is I think it is one of these hearsay rules, how to have somebody assert that something is correct.
Okay.
Rule 801, exclusions from hearsay. So let's see here.
All right. I mean, that makes sense. I just sometimes when they do shorthand, I forget to ask questions.
Let's see. Yeah, exclusions from hearsay. So they want to have this person in to make the hearsay go away. And the defense says, bring the fucking investigator who conducted the interview. That's my guess.
D1B, the defense's cross-examination of Mr. Crozier elicited testimony that, and the state's direct examination elicited testimony from Mr. Crozier that was inconsistent.
The state is trying to open their own door.
Cross-examination elicited testimony that he was kind of out of it because of withdrawal and pressure to say certain things.
No, they never implied that. Just that he didn't remember.
Rebuts that testimony. The video itself is, I think, 13 minutes long, and from these states, the entire 13 minutes, pieces of those 13 minutes are direct impeachment, but the entire 13 minutes goes to whether or not he was high and out of it, and whether or not he was pressured into saying certain things. Those pieces of evidence are throughout the entire 13 minutes.
The impeachment pieces, or more specifically, the D1A inconsistent pieces, those would be, I think, fairly perceived off a cold transcript. The second piece, I'm not sure I or defense or you or the jury would be able to evaluate whether he was in a bad way from the transcript. Is the state seeking to admit both, or publish the video and admit the transcript? What's the scope here?
Your Honor, publish both. We have the transcript running real time in the video, so that the jury can watch, listen, and read all at once.
Just call one of the investigators.
All right. Ms. Lewis, do you have the video with the transcript?
I don't have them together where it shows it under. No, I have them separately.
Right. Sitting here today, are you prepared to make a record regarding this, or do you need a moment to go through the pieces of, or to make argument regarding certain pieces of the transcript versus other pieces?
I think I would need a moment. I would like to see the video with the transcript run under it, and then, yes, I would need a moment. I would need some time to look at that.
Okay. We'll need to play this out a little bit. The state makes a facially, if not valid, at least thought-provoking argument under D1A, 801 D1A, that the video and the transcript related to it are categorically not hearsay. But having not seen the whole 13-minute video or read the whole transcript, and without the defense having the same opportunity, I can't make a ruling sitting here at the moment. So can we provide the video with the running transcript to the defense?
We can, Your Honor. I believe we placed it in box yesterday, but we can, if they want to, perhaps we can go into a conference room here and we can just play it off one of our machines.
Sure. I mean, I would also understand if the defense said we just need an evening with it to go through it, collect our thoughts, have you make a ruling. Ms. Lewis, what's your request?
Depends on what is happening here next. I may be able to watch it now. I don't know where we're headed.
That's the thing, Your Honor. Those were our first two. That was our batter in the box and our on-deck batter.
Okay.
So we are scrambling to get our in the whole batter here.
No, that's fine. These things happen. We're going to let Mr. Ramos continue to consult with Dr. Christensen. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, if you would have a conversation with the state about the video with the running transcript, let me know where we end up.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Before we take a break for that, Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let me know when you're ready for me. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
Okay.
That is very interesting. This is so wonky.
And now court is in recess. Folks, we are caught up. I did not see this one coming.
Honestly, me either. It's a Lenten miracle.
So, too long didn't read. The state's expert has refused to talk to the defense for the past month and a half. And now he's in court, ready to testify. The judge said, well, you can talk to him now. Well, I don't like that, because they should have had access to him.
Do we know what he's an expert on?
With their expert. I don't know.
Oh, because
that wasn't clear about that. But I do remember from before opening statements, they did complain to the judge that there was a witness that refused to talk to them.
I do remember that. You're right.
Yeah. So it might be the same one. And so they told the judge, we can't get a hold of him. Her. Them. They / them. I don't know. And
Yeah, you would
apparently
think
they still
that-
haven't.
Yeah, I mean, you would think the judge wouldn't be so chill, because that's basically the expert telling the court and its orders to go F themselves. And judges don't tend to like people telling them to go F themselves. But I am going to take a quick bio break since we are caught up, because I honestly thought we weren't going to get caught up either. I was waiting for us to get like with a boring witness or someone with Cellbrite and explaining Gray Key and how Slong to die in cold. I mean, wrong trial. So I'll be right back.
Yeah. This happened 4 years ago, and the defense attorneys that Ms. Richins has been on the case now for at least 2 years, and they're completely unprepared. How do you prepare for a state witness refusing to talk to you? I don't think you can prepare for that except telling the judge. And the judge now say, well, you can talk to that expert witness now, which they can. But how are they supposed to conduct a cross-examination? Now, they still have the report, which the state has to hand over. But we all know from other trials that sometimes experts opine over things that's not in the report. And that is probably what they want to know more about. And they kind of need their own expert to confer with in order to, help us with cross-examination. And then you have the second witness, which was a witness they added on Thursday last week. That was completely new to the defense. It's an impeachment witness for the state against Tweaky McTweakface, who is not one of the officers that conducted the actual interview with him, to get video and transcript in, which in my opinion tells us the state really don't want those two investigators on the stand at all. They want to force more or less they want to force the defense to call them in their case in chief. Yeah, this all should have happened before the trial began. I completely agree, because this is wasting the court's time. This is wasting the jury's time, and it's gameplay by the state. And this trial, the first few days, it was so clean, but now it just what are they? Why do they? If you have a strong case, you don't care what the defense has.
Those are my questions, because
Yeah.
again, as a person who doesn't know the deep lore,
Mm.
the stuff that's going to come in that we haven't quite heard about,
Yeah.
I don't know what's coming in, but this shows a profound lack of preparation on both sides.
Yeah. I will give an example. The Long Island serial killer, alleged, Rex Hoyman. The state has bi-weekly meetings with the defense just to hand stuff over. Yeah. Here you go. Here's what we found during the last 2 weeks. They hide nothing from the defense. They just hand it all over as they get it, because they have an extraordinary strong case. So they don't care what the defense will do with what they hand over. And here you have this case, which should be strong as fuck. And the
I
state
assumed.
has their expert ghosting the defense.
Yeah, you would think that the state would want to look beyond reproach. Again, there is not a smoking gun in this trial. You have to get the jury not only to believe the circumstantial evidence, but believe that the people who gave that circumstantial evidence, that again is circumstantial, did it without a motive, without benefit. So if the lead investigators look off, unfortunately, it's like the Michael Proctor thing. He could be dead to rights and get 99% of the bad guys, but because he showed himself to be biased in one case, whatever he found on the real bad guys, has to be thrown out too. Axel, God bless, and good speed.
I recognize that profile pic. I understand Candy Wrapper, but you can't prepare for being ghosted by the state's expert.
No, and if this was a problem, if this was a continuing problem, then this should the defense seems to have no issue bringing up motions. Why weren't they constantly harping on this?
Probably because it's on sidebars.
Possibly.
Yeah. I would. Why can't they
You're
have the
probably
first
right,
half hour
Fenton.
just harping about everything so we can talk about it?
Yeah, I will say I have been genuinely gobsmacked, because I figured they would have the cream of the crop, prosecutors that had everything, because in the Canero case, it was very evident that they had, their evidence, the top evidence, like their interns. They had the top people from the state covering this very complex case. And you could tell that they strategized on how to put it together, how to incorporate the financial and the red rum aspects.
I'm not sure I'm following here. Are you saying the defense attorneys don't like the way he presented himself in another case? No. The state's expert in this case have ghosted them for at least 5 weeks, refused to call back, to contact them back. That is a problem.
Well, also, I mean, at what point does an expert show such bias that they can no longer be ruled as an objective expert? I mean, I know we give them some latitude to say in their professional opinion, but at what point do they tip the scale to be so reluctant to speak to the other side that they can't be considered an objective expert anymore?
Yeah, and that would be if this expert testifies and then is cross-examination, the first question from the defense: why did you ghost us for 5 weeks before trial? And let the expert explain themselves.
Yeah, because
this is weird.
Good night. It feels like a profound lack of preparation on both sides.
Yeah, on both. I mean, both sides show lack of preparation.
But
on different sides. But here's my cue on the thing. The defendant has the right to a fair trial. The prosecution has the obligation to run a fair trial.
So I do have a question to those of you in chat, and maybe Nick, since you watched some of the hearings. Now, is this judge the kind of judge that was like Bev, that everything in Lemony, he was like, let's wait for the trial and I'll rule then? Because I do notice.
I don't remember.
Okay, because I didn't know if maybe that's why they're.
It's 2 years ago. I mean, a year and a half. I mean.
Oh no, absolutely. I just didn't know, because sometimes
I would
this
be
kind
a
of
bad witness in this trial if they asked me, so you watched that pre-trial hearing? I did.
Well, it did seem that a lot of the kind of delays in the Karen Reed were a function of the way Bev governed her like motions in limine. She was always kind of wishy-washy, like, let's see what happens in the trial. So there weren't any definitive kind of rulings. So I didn't know if maybe he's a judge that wants to be very careful and craft, his rulings exactly to what the trial needs. I don't know.
They were talking about a case out of Draper, Utah.
Yeah. So I guess it would seem like trial by ambush, and with the state's greater, resources and everything, this does seem like something that is really shady. I mean, them adding a witness and their expert coupled together. I mean, while it doesn't show willful interference per se by by the state or the defense or the DA office, it does show a marked pattern of kind of, well, at least shenanigans. I don't know. I'm just not liking the way the state's presenting this. Now, I'm generally not a fan of the state just because I've seen a lot of burden shifting, and I want the state to have a good case.
Yeah. Let's check if we can hear that again, that Candy Rapper is talking about.
Okay.
Let's get the volume up.
And thanks, Candy Rapper, for the catch.
231-500-139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Counsel for the state and the defense are present, and Ms. Richins is present as well. Mr. Burmester, anything on the record before we invite the jury in?
Your Honor, the state's first witness is Dr. Eric Christensen. I was notified by counsel this morning that they intend to move to exclude or suppress his testimony, and I will let them make whatever motion they want to make.
Counsel, tell me more.
Judge, it is simply that we have not been able to consult with Dr. Christensen. We have reached out to him I'm sorry. We have not been able to consult with Mr. Christensen or Dr. Christensen. We've reached out numerous times, got on the phone with him once. He was unavailable, asked if we could get some time with him. That was about, I don't know, 4 or 5 weeks ago. And haven't heard anything. Last week we informed the state that we haven't been able to get in touch with him, asked the state to have him reach out to us. He has not reached out to us, so just based on just the rule, and he should be available to cooperatively consult with us. He did not.
I appreciate that. He's here now.
I understand.
Mr. Burmeister, if we flip the order of events, can we allow Dr. Christensen to consult with defense counsel since he's physically present, and then we can use the time for a different witness?
I have no objection to that. Indeed, I asked counsel if I included 15 minutes ago, guys, and that's not. So,
who else do you have on deck?
I don't know.
Your Honor, let me see. I don't know if we have anybody in until 9, but we'll see.
Okay.
Your Honor, we have an objection to another witness that the state intends to call today.
Let's do it all.
Okay, but let's stay focused on this one for the moment. Mr. Ramos, make a record for me. If I change the order of witnesses and just order Dr. Christensen to consult with you since he's physically present, anything further on that?
Just assuming that we can take that break. I'm not sure who's next and whether it's my witness or not.
Understood.
Okay. Absent that, I will make do. Obviously, I didn't want to do that rushed before we got here. So if we can have an hour or whatever we need,
right,
that'd be great.
Let's figure out what the order of witnesses is going to be.
May I just have the benefit of the record for like 1 minute? So I spoke to Mr. Christensen or Dr. Christensen this morning. He says that he received a call several months ago from Mr. Bertram saying, hey, we need to set up a time. He never heard from them again. He received a call warning that he would be getting an email maybe a month ago or so. No, a subpoena. He subsequently received it by email, and then he received a call with no message this over the weekend, and that's where we are.
We are where we are. We'll work it out. Mr. Bolliver, talk to me about the other witnesses that are proposed for today.
Your Honor, I think that other witness is going to draw a motion.
Okay. Some additional information.
I believe that the case citing Draper is for this particular witness. So
okay, so so it's a case citing.
Or what in Draper?
His name is Todd Davis. I guess I don't know. Detective Todd Davis. Your Honor, Mr. Davis was not on the state's witness list. They added him on Thursday, which I believe is in violation of Rule 16, and I would point the court to State versus Draper.
Okay, court is back.
Okay. Mr. Burmeister, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel.
Okay, let's go back so we hear all what they're saying.
$500,139. Mr. Ramos, have you had an opportunity to consult with Dr. Christensen?
That's very helpful, Judge. We appreciate it. We're ready to go.
Okay. Mr. Burmeister, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay,
Counsel,
so
anything
Dr.
before we invite the
Christensen
jury? All right, let's do it.
can now talk to the defense. And they are ready to go. Okay. I have no idea what Dr. Christensen's expertise is in.
I must say, mostly, yeah.
Well, now that when we have conflicting stories, maybe the question is not wise to ask of the doctor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat as you come in. Please have a seat. Good morning. Thank you for your patience. We'll now proceed with additional witnesses in the state's case in chief. Mr. Burmeister, the state's next witness, please.
Dr. Eric Christensen.
Let's invite Dr. Christensen in.
All right, let's see what kind of doctor he is.
Doctor, if you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
The matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Drag that chair wherever you need to.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Eric Dean Christensen. Last name Christensen.
Sir, are you employed?
I'm currently self-employed.
Did you were recently the chief medical examiner for the state of
Stop
Utah?
breathing into the
I retired
microphone.
in 2024.
How long were you the chief medical examiner?
I began working as a chief medical examiner in July of 2016.
Did you then supervise Dr. Ulmer?
I did.
Are you familiar with the death investigation for Eric Richins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
I'm familiar with it from discussions with Dr. Ulmer over the time she was evaluating the case, as well as my subsequent review of the medical examiner's file.
Did you have an occasion to talk to Kouri Richins?
I did.
Okay. Have you testified as an expert in forensic pathology before?
I have many times.
Okay. I would like to first talk to you about cause and manner of death and the statutory requirement for that process. When you have a death investigation, could you please explain how, I guess, what the manner of death choices are and what's the purpose of that, and just describe that for the jury, please.
So two of the things that the medical examiner is tasked with doing under statute is determining the cause of death and the manner of death. The manner of death is a box that we check on a death certificate that is essentially a one-word synopsis of the circumstances surrounding that person's death. The options available to us, we can certify that a death is a natural death. It can be an accident, it can be a suicide, it can be a homicide, or it can be, in Utah, the death certificate reads could not be determined, what most commonly is referred to as undetermined. And in those settings, undetermined essentially means we don't have enough information to decide which of those other four options best fits.
What's the purpose of that whole exercise?
Again, it's something that's on the death certificate, and so it's part of the vital statistics function that the medical examiner's
we are
office
repeating
provides.
what we already heard.
All of the deaths that we investigate and deaths that we certify provide information then back to the state. Sometimes that's public safety, sometimes it's Department of Health. Other people will utilize that death certificate data to evaluate the ways that people are dying within the state and attempt to intervene to minimize those types of deaths.
In this particular case, were you stuck between the first four you mentioned, such that you ended up picking undetermined or cannot be determined?
Yes, again, and just to be clear, I didn't sign the death certificate, Dr. Ulmer did, but certainly was involved in discussions around that. And the determination, making a determination of undetermined means that we generally can't decide between two. In this case, I would say actually generally most cases where we certify a death as undetermined, it's because in overdose deaths that we certify as undetermined, it's because I don't know enough about the person's own intent. We see it frequently in the setting, for example, of people that may have depression or other mood disorders. and maybe even prior suicide attempts, as well as they may have substance use history that they use to self-medicate their depression and things. And so if someone overdoses on a drug that they're known to abuse, but they also have depression, if they don't leave a note or something else, then I don't really have a means of, telling just from looking at that, did they mean to do this, or is it accidental, incident to their normal drug use? That's the most common scenario in which we certify a death as undetermined. In this case in specific, we did not really have any concerns about suicide in this case, but there had been concerns related to our office that perhaps someone had done something to provide this to him, and that he didn't just take it himself. But we didn't know. We had no idea how he got the stuff into his system, and so with that, we were left with undetermined.
So the choice there would have been, as opposed to accident and suicide, it was accident and homicide.
Correct.
Okay. Could you describe for the jury?
Why didn't they ask the original ME this?
Why do they feel they need to bolster the original ME's testimony?
Well,
because they have to have received feedback that, unless he's going to bring in something additional, but since he didn't even sign off on the death certificate, I don't know what specifically he could bring in other than, we have an authority figure, trust him more, bro.
Yeah, one thing that in his testimony here is between which two they chose between. So according to him, they ruled out self-ending. So they were in between accident and somebody gave it to him. But why couldn't the state ask this of the original ME to clarify this? Why bolstering, apparently.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe they're aware how much of their case hinges on two a-hole lead detectives. So they're bringing in, because this guy seems very mild-mannered. He seems very knowledgeable. So maybe they're aware.
No, Karate Cat. He's not the current ME. He was the ME who did all the things with Eric Richins. He was her supervisor. Now, apparently, he also she changed jobs and he retired basically at the same time. No, she retired early 2023. He retired early 2024. So who's the current ME? Are they bringing that one in too?
Yeah, I don't know. It just, maybe they're aware of how they came off in the first week and they want to clear up. Well, and maybe to show that this choice to do unknown, or, was something that was taken up the chain of command. And the state is probably really wanting to get in that fact that we ruled out self-deletion. Like, we went through his history, we ruled out self-deletion, so we were only left with accident or homicide.
The way in which the body processes substances, in particular, I'm looking at opiates and the different ways they can be ingested.
Okay, there's a lot in that question.
Yeah, sorry.
Opiates can be consumed in a lot of ways. Even things, for example, like pills that you might get from your doctor for hydrocodone or oxycodone, opioid-related medications. Those can be just taken by mouth as they're usually prescribed, but it's not uncommon for us to see people take those pills, crush them up, dissolve them in liquid, draw them up into a syringe and inject them. It's also not uncommon for us to see those pills crushed and then heated, and people inhale the vapors from that, primarily as a means of getting the drug into their system more quickly. And there's lots of other reported ways that people use things, but those are probably the most three common ways that we see pills abused. People may directly inject just about any drug that's available in liquid form. Fentanyl certainly is. Fentanyl is also available in patches and lozenges and other forms. And so it can get into the system in a lot of different ways. In terms of what your body does with it, fentanyl in specific is metabolized primarily by your liver. There's what they call a CYP enzyme that is primarily responsible for the metabolism of fentanyl in your liver. That metabolism is felt to be mostly determined by how much blood is flowing through your liver. So the more blood flow you have to the liver, the more rapidly it will be metabolized. There are other ways that sometimes people will metabolize it more slowly, but based on what specific genes they have for metabolism, for that metabolizing enzyme, but mostly it's a function of how much blood is flowing through the liver. And it's then converted very quickly, has a very short half-life in the body, minutes, and is converted to a substance called norfentanyl, which then is eliminated in the urine. Don't know.
Can you pause, Nick?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
So that is important because the defense has been hypothesizing with the other ME and the toxicologist that the presence of norfentanyl could indicate that Eric had a possible history of use because his body was able to metabolize it. So with this witness, we are getting other possibilities of why he would have those metabolites.
Yeah.
Once it gets into the blood, then what's the intoxicating effect? I mean, how does that function?
Sure. So fentanyl in the blood distributes throughout the body. It's absorbed either through the mucosa, the lining of the mouth, or directly into veins, whatever. It gets into the bloodstream. And then from there, it gets into the brain, it gets into other organs. Where it exerts its primary effects on the brain and the central nervous system, where it causes respiratory depression and or cessation. Can also cause central nervous system depression, meaning it alters the way you think, can make you groggy or less than normally responsive and things. But its primary lethal effects are related to its effects on your breathing. And it is dose dependent, so a higher dose will do this more readily than a lower dose, but it will either slow or stop your breathing, and sometimes that has lethal consequences.
The lethal consequences then are from stopping breathing?
Yes.
Okay. And when you stop breathing, death ensues. Does that metabolizing process continue to happen, or does that stop as well?
Generally, it will stop. There are, once your circulation stops and blood is no longer flowing through the liver, you're not going to have that continued metabolism through the liver. But there are a number of changes, large number of changes that are described in the way fentanyl is present in the body after death. That are related to changes in the pH of the body as you start to decompose, and other things that will influence what those levels look like.
When a person, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. So we have a decedent, and in the blood you and the lab personnel determine that there is quetiapine below the threshold of their tools. There is fentanyl at 15 nanograms per milliliter. And then in the gastric fluid, there is quetiapine at about 16,000 nanograms per milliliter and fentanyl at 20,000 nanograms per milliliter. My question then is, based on that hypothetical, is there sufficient information for you to determine whether those two drugs were taken simultaneously or sequentially, and if sequentially, which one came first?
I can't tell you that.
There's just not enough information?
No, you can't derive that information from those values.
Okay. I just wanted to follow up. You said there's drowsiness as a consequence of taking, I assume, opioids of any type. Fentanyl just happens to be stronger.
Yes, fentanyl on a weight by weight basis, 1 milligram of fentanyl compared to 1 milligram of oxycodone or of morphine is the usual reference standard because it is the classic opiate medication. Fentanyl is just much, much more potent, 80 to 100 times more potent than morphine.
So you said there's depression of the respiratory system, drowsiness. How quickly might one start to metabolize, given the fact that they take some fentanyl and it causes their death? Would they be able to metabolize at least some of it?
You would expect so, yes.
Okay.
I mean, there are a number of overdose deaths reported in the literature where the death occurs so quickly, and these are primarily in the setting of intravenous drug use, that no metabolism is able to be recorded because they just die too quickly. But generally speaking, we see some level of metabolism.
Let me see. I wanted to. But someone takes an overdose, a fatal dose of fentanyl. It's not then instantaneous death.
It depends partly. I mean, generally speaking, no. It's a function of the dose and the route of administration. So it's going to get into the system more quickly as an IV, or smoking will generally get it there pretty quickly as well. But ingestion would delay that somewhat. But however it gets into the body is going to determine how quickly that happens.
In this case, we have the two things. I think one is there's some fentanyl in the stomach, the 20,000 nanograms.
Yes.
And also a measurement of, I know I'm saying it incorrectly, acetyl fentanyl.
Acetyl fentanyl, yes.
Does that is that information help you determine how it was ingested in this case?
It's suggestive that it's an oral ingestion. The presence of a large amount of fentanyl in the stomach, sort of the rough equivalent of, several milligrams by volume is, suggests that it was taken by that route, but there's not any way to definitely know that. There is some literature that suggests that the stomach will concentrate it, regardless of where it's from, but it is suggestive of that. And the presence of acetyl fentanyl in the stomach is also consistent with, is more consistent with this being illicit fentanyl than otherwise. Acetyl fentanyl is a variant of fentanyl that is, in our office, certainly we've only seen it in the setting of illicitly manufactured fentanyl.
So the fentanyl found in Eric was illegal fentanyl. The drugs she bought allegedly from Tweaker guy from Friday was prescription fentanyl. So how the fuck did she get illicit? Yeah, well, he could have been handed illicit pills.
I was about to ask, did the undercover cop say anything about how rampant F was and how people were making it look like, because
I didn't because I only heard the first 20 minutes. I believe the rest was done in the last because they have it on for another half hour, 45 minutes or something like that.
No,
So,
sorry. I was just trying to see if maybe he
yeah, but
explained.
if the fentanyl in his system is illicit, meaning like Mexican fentanyl, then it doesn't matter what Carmen or Tweaker did if you trust him and that he only got prescription.
Well, but here's the thing. He's also trusting other known users. So it does make sense if the state is trying to bring up if it was that, because think about it, if you're the cartel, F is going for 30 cents, but Roxy's are going for $20 to $30 a pill. Well, what do? You package F as Roxy's because you don't care as long as you get that initial, billion% markup. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a street businessologist, but I'm guessing.
Yeah.
When a body comes in for autopsy, in this case, Mr. Richins' body comes in, is it routine to check for injection sites?
Yes.
And
In this case in particular, there was visible pulmonary edema described at the scene, foam coming out of the mouth, and that is most commonly in somebody who didn't drown or have a history of heart failure is concerning for an opiate overdose, and so we would, in that case, do a thorough check for those.
Oh, for
injection
sites, and none found.
Again, I did not do the exam. None are described, and none were discussed by Dr. Ulmer.
Okay.
And I didn't see any in the photographs.
When you, in cases where you've seen an overdose death, particularly an accidental overdose death where you suspected inhalation, what's the sort of evidence that you would expect to see?
I'm not sure what you mean, inhalation of the substance?
Of fentanyl or opiates.
Yeah, I mean, they all kind of look the same from that regard. You may see evidence that they've been smoking. Sometimes you see little burns on their fingers or other things from heating it up to smoke it, because they're not actually smoking it in the same way that you smoke a cigarette where you light it on fire and then you're inhaling the smoke. What actually is happening is that drug is being heated up and vaporized, and you're inhaling the vapors.
So in those cases, do you tend to see evidence of that heating up? That is tinfoil or torches?
Certainly, yes, those things can be present at the scene.
Okay.
Commonly are seen at the scene.
Okay. Now, is it common for the people who are left behind to call the ME's office to find out what's happening in the case of their deceased person?
I wouldn't say it's common, but it's not uncommon. I mean, I spend a lot of time, most days I was in the office speaking with family members.
Typically, that would be whoever did the autopsy would be talking to the person who's calling?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Ulmer retired in January of 2023?
Yeah, technically, her last day of work was the end of December of 22.
Okay. And did you receive a call from Kouri Richins then?
I did, subsequent to her retirement.
And did you return her call?
I believe I didn't return her call. I believe she was just put on hold and then connected with me.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to listen to a recording of that phone call?
Yes, I'm not sure where it came from either, but yeah.
Is it consistent with your recollection of that phone call?
I did not have any independent recollection of it until I heard it, but yes, it's me on the phone call.
Okay. And have you had a chance to look at the transcript of it?
I have.
Okay. And is that accurate to your,
Yes.
when you listen to the
Yes,
tape?
it appears to be.
Okay. State would offer States Exhibit 2-60 and
Okay. That's the
2-61T.
next reason he is testifying.
He's reviewed it. Certainly we can ask questions. If he needs his recollection refreshed, then I think we could move to admit at that point. But if the state would just
I think the state's admitting it as evidence of defendant's words and statements in the relevant time frame.
I misunderstood. No objection.
And so, okay.
We'd ask permission to publish it then if it's offered and admitted.
So 2-60 is the audio recording, correct?
Correct.
And 2-61T is the transcript.
Correct, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Those two are admitted. Scott, give me just a moment here, sir. Give that a try.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to listen to this. It's about 9 minutes long, and then I will ask you 3 questions regarding it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you
The first 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. Okay, sorry about that. I'm going to come to you right now, okay? Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I'm not hearing.
Oh, Kouri, you stupid.
Yeah, they kind of do tell you that all of your interactions could be recorded for customer service training or,
Yeah.
spying purposes.
You stupid woman!
Everything you say can and will be used against you. Shut the fuck up. But no, she's incapable.
Look, I'm just in love with whoever picked out the world's itchiest sweater for her to wear. Because imagine trying to maintain that halo look in the itchiest sweater known to man.
Scott?
I think so.
All right, no problem. Let's start over. We're getting quicker at this. Scott, if you would disconnect and reconnect on your end, I'll do the same on mine.
I'm going to come to you right now, okay? Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hey, this is Kouri Richins. Hey, I just have some quick questions for you. I'm just trying to understand the toxicology report, and I promise I won't take up a ton of your time.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Can you just kind of explain to me, I guess, she was saying that this kind of supplemental report, I guess, was left out of the first autopsy, and so nothing has really changed. Do you have it in front of you?
I do. Yeah, I got the file here.
Scott, did we drop that again?
Yes.
All right, I apologize, folks. Let's try that again. Scott, if you would disconnect from the system, thank you. Then reconnect, please.
I love that the judges are tech support.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing if we do any additional microscope.
I'm going to come to you right
so much.
Thank you so much.
Hey, this is Kouri Richins. Hey, I just have some quick questions for you. I'm just trying to understand the toxicology report, and I promise I won't take up a ton of your time.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Can you just kind of explain to me, I guess, she was saying that this kind of supplemental report, I guess, was left out of the first autopsy, and so nothing has really changed. Do you have it in front of you?
I do. Yeah, I've got the file here.
So can
So
you?
just so you know, so we issue supplemental reports, like if once the original report's issued, if we do any additional testing, if we do any additional microscopic examination, anything like that, then we include that. You know, we issue a supplemental report to include that additional information. And sometimes it does change the cause or manner, but in this case it didn't.
Okay, it was just like extra testing done?
Extra tox testing, yeah. So originally the testing, the only toxicology testing that was done was on blood. And so then this was additional testing on stomach contents.
Okay, and so is there difference in that, I guess?
Well, they just tell you different things in the sense of, it tells you something about what, was it, is it been there a long time? Is this something the person's been using for a long time?
Okay.
Is it something they ate? Is it something they, injected? Is it, whatever? And there's different things you can learn by looking at different substances. I mean, we fully expected to find it in the stomach. It's just a question of what was there.
So does does this tell you, like, if it was like injected, if he ate it, is that what this, can you tell from this report?
Not definitively. I mean, it seems like, with what the amount that's there, that it probably was ingested. Probably taken by mouth.
Okay, and so the 15 ng, like, is that like a substantial amount? Is that like a trace?
That's a lot of fentanyl in the blood. Yeah, and that's, people die with half that amount or less in their system.
Okay, so that's quite a bit.
Yeah.
So what's the next one down, the norfentanyl?
It's a metabolite of fentanyl. It's what your body changes fentanyl into after you take it.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay. And then, sorry, just the third one, the acetyl. I don't know how you say that.
Acetyl fentanyl.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just it's a form of, it's a variant of fentanyl that is usually only present in the setting of illicitly manufactured fentanyl.
Illicit manufactured, like a pharmacy?
No. Like a lot of most fentanyl that we see that ends up leading people to die these days is related to fentanyl that's manufactured by drug cartels as opposed to by pharmaceutical companies.
Oh, good Lord. So this is like more of like a cartel. No, I mean, that's not what it is.
You call this the street fentanyl as opposed to,
prescription. Okay, I see. And then is the ethanol, is that alcohol?
That's alcohol. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and is that like the 279? Is that kind of like a substantial amount, or is that like one drink? Is that 5 drinks?
You can't tell how much it is, and in this case, since this testing was sent, quite a long time after the original autopsy, most likely that's related to, post-mortem change, but it could be stuff that he drank. There's not really a way to sort that out. It could be related to decomposition of the stomach content, or it could be related to stuff he drank. But either way, in the stomach contents, there's no way to know what that level means in terms of, if that was a blood level, that would be the same as a 0.28, which would be, that person would be pretty substantially intoxicated. But because it's gastric contents, you could in theory pull something out and it would be, 100% ethanol, depending on if they just drank a stomach full of, if they just drank a bunch of Everclear or something else. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't really tell you much about how much they drank or what they drank or anything like that.
I gotcha.
In the stomach, and it's not present in his blood. So
I gotcha. Okay. So it's not present in the blood, just the gastric or whatever.
Right.
Okay. Yes. And then just the last one, what is quetiapine? Quetiapine?
Quetiapine is an antipsychotic medication. It's called Seroquel.
Okay.
It's a prescription prescription mental health medication that's prescribed for different things.
I gotcha. Okay. And it has like 16,000?
16,000 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. And is that, I mean, quite a bit? Like, can that...
Yeah, I mean, that's a big number, but it doesn't really mean that much. You know, a nanogram is a millionth of a gram, and a gram is not very big. So even 16,000 of them is not a huge amount.
Okay. Is there like, could those have been mixed, or is that not kind of a...
What's that? Could what be mixed?
Quetiapine and like the fentanyl? Or is that like a normal, I guess, drug thing? I don't know. Like,
it's not, I mean, most of the time if we see those together, it's because somebody was taking quetiapine as a prescribed medication and they were abusing fentanyl. But, there's, do you have any indication he was abusing fentanyl?
No, that's why all of this is just like, what the heck is this and going on? So I guess that's...
Oh, you stupid, stupid woman. Here goes the defense theory out the fucking window that he was a prominent user of fentanyl.
I mean, also maybe if you're under suspicion, don't like giggle when you're asking excuse me, like, my holy goodness, oh my stars. But is this like normal for them to, mix Seroquel and like fentanyl? Like, this is so weird. It's so weird.
Yeah. Well,
How much
this
bourbon
was
did her...
probably at a time where she thought she was not a suspect because they had done nothing for a year and a half or a year or something. No, this was just after the first ME, but before this ME had retired. So this must have been within a year from the death, like January, February, something. I don't
Now.
And she calls the ME to find out the content, and then she says that. Let's listen to it again.
Quetiapine as a prescribed medication, and they were abusing fentanyl. But there's do you have any indication he was abusing fentanyl?
No, that's why all of this is just like, what the heck is this and going on? So I guess that's why I'm confused just about all of this, honestly. So I don't know. So, I mean.
Yeah. Defense theory of Eric being a fentanyl user, that's gone.
And I do think
but
that...
I mean, they have to have known this was in evidence.
Isn't
or
the
in the
Seroquel
discovery
linked to her? So are we going to get into her medical records as to why she was on an antipsychotic?
I don't know.
And I know it doesn't mean anything now, but just kind of something for me to, try and figure out, I guess.
Yeah.
And then I'm assuming the acetopin, is that like a aspirin or something?
Acetaminophen, that's just Tylenol. Yeah.
Oh, that's fentanyl too?
No, that's Tylenol.
Oh, Tylenol. I was like, holy shit. Okay.
Yeah.
So just like Tylenol, caffeine, and then the naloxone, I'm assuming, is just something that they gave him while he was here.
Probably would be my guess. It'd be, somebody that's unresponsive. It's a very common thing for EMS to give people.
Okay. No, that works. I was just trying to figure out, if this is anything different, if we found out anything new with this stuff.
Oh, come on.
Pause there. It's okay. We can fix it. Scott, don't change anything. Okay. It seems like
you're running out of cash. catch the memory.
Press play.
Oh, Kouri.
Yeah, like she said, it doesn't change anything in the cause or manner of death. It's still, definitely, death from fentanyl intoxication, and we still don't know how he got it into him.
Yeah, and I mean, is that anything you could ever find out? If it was, I mean, do people normally eat that? Like, take it, swap, like, is that something you like shoot?
It's not usually something people eat. Well, that's not even true anymore. So with illicitly manufactured stuff, sometimes people take pills that have that. So yeah, these days you can't really tell.
Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate your time. I do. Thank you very much. And
Yep. If you have other questions, don't hesitate to give me a call.
Okay. Awesome. What was your name?
Dr. Christensen.
Oh, Christensen. Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Yep.
I'd like to follow up on a couple things there. You mentioned to her about if the gastric contents were blood, it would be 0.28
Yes.
blood alcohol, but it's in fact not in the blood, it's in the gastric, and so there's no way of conveniently figuring out how much it is, much less its source.
That's correct.
Are you okay? Do you need a glass of water?
I've got water. I'm good.
Okay.
Can't you check the other contents in the stomach to find out, does he have the Moscow Mule drink?
So I think it would be a question of using a mass spectrometer, but then you'd have to have the specific, chemical makeup of the booze that she used. And then you would have to see if that specific chemical makeup is there. But that would be a lot of money. I mean, those are not cheap tests. So it might be that they stop at the level of booze is booze. And I think it's more significant that the booze, in whatever form it was in, didn't get into the bloodstream.
Yeah, definitely. And I see over here at X that apparently this is not the only phone call she did to the medical examiner's office.
Okay.
Oh, for the
Okay.
love of fuck.
Y'all are gonna laugh at me and okay, so look, I have sort of been where Kouri's been. So I did in fact call the ME because I was trying to get things ready for my first husband. And the MAE told me, no, they have to have a 3-day wait. And legitimately, now I wish I had a recording now because this would be funny as hell. But I legitimately said, like, did y'all think you messed up? Like, are you not sure if he's dead? Because I kind of trust you to know if he's dead or not. Are you checking if he's going to become a vampire? Because legitimately, those were the two alternatives that I could think of in my brain at that moment. So now I'm like, damn it. I wish I'd recorded those for posterity and such.
Yeah, I see here in the chat that she doesn't sound guilt-ridden or anything like that. No, my reaction is not what she says. Is she's talking. That's it. Because we don't know how the jury will take this, especially the part, no, he never took anything. While the defense have been climbing over fences to say he took everything.
You mentioned in that call, at first you said, we typically don't see it eaten, but you can't say that anymore. Could you expound upon that? How, in cases where there's pills, is it common to see them eaten?
So yeah, okay, a few things about that. So over time, over I'd say the last 20 years, we saw a rather dramatic change in the deaths we saw related to fentanyl. Until the early 20 teens, pretty much all fentanyl deaths were related to prescription fentanyl being used incorrectly, most commonly by healthcare providers and other people who would, have access to it and would abuse it. And it was just not a common thing. We just didn't see a lot of deaths related to that. Once patches became available, which were designed, primarily for, treating cancer patients with bad pain and things of that nature, the people became creative with how they use those patches as well. Some people would, put on multiple patches, or they would put on patches and a heating pad to sort of drive it into their system more quickly. Seen people that would smoke them, people that would insert them into their rectum, people that would chew them up. Sometimes we find, multiple chewed up patches in the stomach, and certainly other ways have been described as well with patches. But once the illicit drug supply and primarily the heroin supply came to be, either augmented and or replaced by fentanyl, we saw, we saw much less in the way of the prescription abuse and much more of the illicit stuff being used. And some of that was in the form of what was heroin. Most heroin in this area was black tar heroin, which then became ended up having fentanyl within it. So people that had been heroin users would still be using what they thought was heroin, and it would have fentanyl in it, many times mixed with heroin. Eventually, in some cases was not mixed at all, but was just straight fentanyl. Counterfeit fentanyl pills, or counterfeit oxycodone pills. Fentanyl in pill form, made to look like it was an oxycodone pill, also became a fairly common thing. And as we discussed before with other pills, people will abuse those in different ways. Sometimes they can ingest them directly, but they can also grind them up and inject them or smoke them. So they can be used in all kinds of different ways. But in the phone call, what I'm referring to, we mostly did not see anybody eating fentanyl. Before illicit fentanyl, with the advent of these counterfeit pills, we saw it somewhat, more often, or would assume that was the route. But we, even then, most of the time don't know how somebody gets the fentanyl into them, even if they have it on their person.
In this case, there certainly wasn't any injection sites noted.
No.
Are there tests, forensic tools that could aid in the determination of whether one is a chronic or habitual or a naive user?
It's a good question. So there's been a lot published on the assessment of fentanyl levels in people that have died, and ways that you can try and parse some of those things out. The bottom line for all of them is you can't look at a number in isolation and make a determination based on, this is a lethal level, so this level has to be the cause of their death. There are certainly people who, become tolerant. Most opioids, people will develop tolerance over time, and so they can have very, very high levels and not have the same effect as someone who doesn't take it all the time. We had no history in this case in particular to suggest long-term chronic use, but also didn't know. And there are things that could potentially be looked at to try and assess longer-term use. The only published data I've seen around that revolves around comparing the fentanyl to the norfentanyl level, and levels where that ratio is more than 8 are believed to be consistent with an acute intoxication. Ratios of 2.5 or less are consistent with chronic use. In this case, that ratio is about 4.6, so it's right in between, so it doesn't really provide us helpful information either way.
That's the ratio between fentanyl and its metabolite.
Correct.
As you find it.
Yes.
So to be either or. Great.
Have you ever heard of pseudo-allergic reaction to opioids?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about that?
Sure. Most allergic reactions are because the body has developed an immune response to some specific protein substance, whether it's nuts or grasses or whatever, pollens of different types, and your body reacts to that and triggers a reaction through your immune system that elicits what we typically think of as allergy symptoms that can range everywhere from, stuffy head all the way up to anaphylaxis and death. In the setting of opiates do not elicit a true allergic response, but there are many people that take opiates who have an allergic-like reaction, but it's because the drugs themselves are directly triggering those cells that cause those symptoms as opposed to going through the immune system route. And so some people will, that chronically take opiates and opioids for pain, will pre-medicate or medicate around the same time with things like Benadryl and other things to minimize those symptoms because they know they have that reaction. Certainly most people that take them do not have that reaction, but some do. And that's,
if one didn't know and one took some opiate, could they have hives and those sorts of allergic-like responses?
yes.
Given all the symptoms that you talked about, the lungs, the edema, and the data from NMS labs, do you have any concern about the cause of death in this particular case?
No.
And the 15 nanograms, as you explained to Kouri Richins, was a lot.
Yes, it's well within the range of levels that we see in people that die from fentanyl.
Do you remember when that phone call took place?
Do I remember what?
When that phone call took place?
I don't off the top of my head.
Okay. Does your office take notes when you receive calls and reply to calls, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay.
That changed a little bit over the time I was there. It used to be we'd get a little scrap of paper with a note written on it, return this call, and we turned that into a digital log before I retired, but yes.
Would it help to look at one of those notes to refresh your recollection as to when the call took place?
Sure.
May I approach the witness?
Of course.
No, I'm not sure. I'm sorry. You're good. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is from the log. Just said that an incoming call came to me from Kouri Richins, and she had questions, and that this is my notes.
And so what day did that phone call?
On January 12th of 2023, a couple weeks after Dr. Ulmer's retirement.
Thank you. That's all I want.
Could I get some more water?
This cross-examination better be one of the better ones.
I'm glad that the state is starting to clarify and
Yeah.
and I do think that this witness has been very good at talking to the jury, not at them.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We've spoken before. I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions to Mr. Burmisters.
Sure.
I'll start off with that final thing that Mr. Burmister showed you. You indicated that you would take calls from different individuals, correct?
That's correct.
And did you receive other calls in this case from law enforcement?
I believe I did, yes. Mhm.
Would it refresh your recollection, or do you recall a call around the same time in this case?
I don't recall the timing of it.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with the same case notes. And it's that first one.
Yes.
Okay. And did you in fact receive a call before Ms. Richins?
Yes, the day before.
And was that law enforcement?
It was.
And was that also regarding the supplemental report?
Yes.
Okay. And either your recollection or what's in your notes, do you recall if most of the questions were the same that Ms. Richins asked you on the 12th?
I don't have any specific recollection, but my general recollection was that we discussed the supplemental tox findings.
Perfect. I'll take that back. Now, the questions that we just heard Ms. Richins ask you, very similar to what we're asking today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you about the allergen discussion you just had. You indicated that perhaps an individual could have a reaction like hives.
Yes.
If someone is allergic, in this case to an opioid, as you indicated, does that allergy disappear?
I'm not sure what you mean. Does it go away over time?
Over time or within a certain amount of time? Or
I mean, allergies certainly are things that can fluctuate. People can receive treatment and their responses to different things will go away.
Were there hives on Mr. Richins' body, to your recollection?
No.
We were talking about illicit fentanyl and counterfeit pills.
Yes.
Containing traces of fentanyl?
Milligram amounts.
Okay. Now, the tablets that or pills that would contain these traces, what kind of pills would those be? Generally.
Objection. The discussion, if we're talking Oxycontin, is that what you're saying?
I've not said it. I've just said pills.
Okay. Well, there's no pills that they have that you can make.
Would you provide a little more foundation for your question?
Sure.
So we know what we're talking about.
Absolutely. Your testimony just now was that, in your experience, you started to see that fentanyl overdoses were coming in through your office, correct?
Correct.
And in those overdoses, you gathered information, and because you would see that there was a presence of acetyl, I say that right? Acetyl fentanyl?
Acetyl fentanyl. Acetyl is also fine.
Okay, acetyl fentanyl. that was more likely a result of illicit fentanyl, correct?
So it is a form of fentanyl that in some cases there were a variety over time of different fentanyl variants that were developed, primarily in response to controlled substance legislation. If fentanyl is outlawed, then we'll add an acetyl group to that molecule, and then it's no longer controlled. And so we can distribute that as a non-controlled substance. And then that one gets controlled. And so then, there were dozens of variants of fentanyl that were developed over time. Acetyl fentanyl was one of the more common ones that we saw early in this wave of progressions, but was one that we saw not infrequently.
Now, with that, what was the acetyl fentanyl contained in, usually in your experience?
I don't recall ever having seen acetyl fentanyl in a substance form in any of our specific cases.
Because it was always inside whatever pill or however it was administered, correct?
I don't even know if it was pill administered. I don't know.
Or injection?
I don't know how we would see it in people, but I don't recall ever seeing that correlate with a specific pill that we had tested that was shown to contain that. I know generally the crime lab identified acetyl fentanyl in some pills, but I don't recall a specific instance in my casework where those two were correlated.
Describe counterfeit pills.
Counterfeit pills are essentially illicitly manufactured pills, and sometimes very sophisticatedly, where people will buy the same kind of a pill press that a drug manufacturer uses, and they put their stuff into it and press pills that look very, very similar to legitimate prescription pills. The most common counterfeit pills that we've seen have been fake 30 milligram oxycodone pills that, when tested, contained only fentanyl. And there are also some benzodiazepine pills, things like Valium and Xanax and other things where those, what look like Xanax pills, have also contained fentanyl.
And you just indicated two different things, that in some instances, it was purely fentanyl. Those pills contained only fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
And then there were other times where perhaps they were still traces, or there were still the other benzos, for example?
Those would be different pills. I don't know.
Sure.
I'm not aware of anywhere it was both fentanyl and benzos are, made to look like benzos that didn't have that. We've seen counterfeit benzodiazepine pills and counterfeit oxycodone pills, both of which contained only fentanyl.
Correct. Now, in this case, you were provided, or your office rather, was provided with a hydrocodone bottle, correct?
Correct.
Now, that bottle you keep in your office, correct?
We do, until the case is done. Eventually it's discarded, but yes.
That damn empty pill
You
bottle
talked
is
about-
still around.
Would it be fair to
Still
say
not
that
tested.
fentanyl, right now you discussed how you would find acetyl fentanyl, and that was one part of it, and then you had to make sure that legislation got that specific one into the books so that it would then become a controlled substance, correct?
Yes.
And so I imagine that was really fastly evolving.
Yes. I was a member of the state's control recommendations to the legislature to include in the Controlled Substances Act. And every year for this time from the late teens to the early 20s, it seemed like every year we were adding things. They did eventually make some changes where relatedness became, if it wasn't changed enough, it was still covered. But it was an evolving process. And what we would see in the deaths that we saw related to fentanyl and fentanyl analogs also changed.
And with that, also peer review literature as to the effects of fentanyl, correct?
I would assume so.
That would make. Are you kind of hesitate? I would assume so.
Well, the peer-reviewed literature is evolving all the time, and so I don't know if there's a specific thing you're referencing. I don't know, but certainly initially there was not a lot of. As the fentanyl supply changed from primarily pharmaceutical to primarily illicit, there in the early stages of that, there was not a lot of new literature to look at the post-mortem levels in people that have died of this illicitly manufactured fentanyl as compared to the different ways that people used to take it as a diverted pharmaceutical before.
And that's exactly where I was going. The post-mortem, these levels that we've been discussing, Mr. Burmester asked you about the post-mortem levels, and you received from NMS reference comments, correct?
Yeah, that's part of their report.
Correct. And do you recall what those numbers were in terms of the femoral blood as it relates to accidental drug overdoses?
I don't recall specifically what the numbers were, but generally speaking, the levels that we see in accidental overdose deaths from fentanyl, overlap the levels that are seen as described with, prescription usage.
And part of the reason for that is going back to the literature is that there is no, I'm trying to find the right words for it. There's no set number, universal number that the medical community can attribute in terms of what becomes lethal, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the reason for that, part of the reason, and add to this, is both the individual's own use, prior use, if any.
Yes.
Perhaps the toxicity or the amount of fentanyl in it, correct?
The dose.
In the dose.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The potency of that dose, correct?
Fentanyl is going to be relatively equipotent, but the fentanyl analogs may have different potencies.
Okay. A fixed fatal threshold? Does that sound?
Yeah, there isn't one.
Okay. You were discussing the ratio of fentanyl with norfentanyl with Mr. Burmester. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I got lost, to be frank.
Not surprising. I'm not always good at explaining as I'd like.
No, I think it was just going over my head. But tying it together with the post-mortem literature out there and this ever-evolving world that unfortunately we're dealing with now with fentanyl, is there any literature on how that ratio can be affected that you're aware of?
I'm not aware of any specific literature that looks at the ratio of fentanyl to norfentanyl in determining, is it a cause of death? Is it a recent, a one-time use or a multiple-time use? I'm not aware of any literature that discusses that. There certainly has been some literature added over the years to discuss comparing, for example, the amount of fentanyl seen in the heart to that seen in a peripheral site. We call it something like from the femoral vein to try and assess, things, or looking at other what we would call substrates, other sample types, fluid from the eye, testing the liver, urine, other things of that nature.
Let's talk about that. We discussed this when we spoke. You talked about things that looking back, you could have done.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Could you explain to the jury some of those?
Sure. There is, I guess they say hindsight is always 20/20, but you can certainly, there are a number of things that are in the literature now suggesting that you might gain additional information if you test, for example, urine, which is not something that medical examiner's office routinely does in any case, because what's in the urine is simply a reflection of what has gone on before, and what we need to know is what's in the blood, what's in their system circulating at the time they die. So we don't routinely test that. There is some suggestion that can help you sort out how quickly or not quickly a given death related to fentanyl might have occurred. And then there's been other evaluation of other substances like fluid from the eye, what we call vitreous fluid, as well as liver, and looking at both of those as a means of perhaps augmenting the understanding of what's going on in the blood as well. When you take something, for example, by mouth, it goes through, down into your stomach, it gets absorbed, and then anything that gets absorbed goes through your liver before it goes anywhere else. And so an oral ingestion, in theory, might show up as a higher level in the liver than if it's taken IV or something in some other method. So there are other things we could do that would certainly, potentially help our understanding of how the fentanyl played out in Mr. Richins' case.
And you had also mentioned in our discussion the brain, the heart, and maybe you mentioned blood. Are those also helpful? Looking back again, hindsight.
Yeah. So the brain. There's good literature that suggests the brain takes up fentanyl, and that is the cause of both the central nervous system and the respiratory depression. It's interacting with opioid receptors in the brain. There's not any published literature that I'm aware of that talks about what a given level in the brain would mean. Same with other solid organs. There's starting to be some literature discussing what a liver level might mean, but I'm not aware of any other specific organ sampling sites that might add light to that.
What about hair follicles?
Hair testing in the setting of drug use is primarily used as a means of evaluating drug use over time. Drugs do get taken up into the hair. and when we collect samples to send for hair testing, which pretty much we only do when we're requested to, but you tie off a bundle of hair. They want usually about a centimeter, so a little under half an inch bundle of hair, and we tie it off at the roots, cut it off, and then that gets sent to the lab, and they take sections of it starting at the root going back to see, based on how fast hair grows, how long has this person been exposed to this substance.
And you indicated unless you're requested, I imagine, for example, law enforcement.
Yes.
Okay. That wasn't done in this case.
That was not done in this case.
Of course not.
Now, as we heard, Ms. Richins, she indicated that that Eric was not using fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
And there was, going back to the initial conversation or the initial testimony regarding the different categories, when you're trying to really determine what to put down on the death certificate, one of the unanswered question was, well, was he using, correct?
Yeah, that was part of it, certainly.
And in our prior discussions, you've indicated that, at times individuals didn't tell family, correct?
But that would be not uncommon, yes.
Okay. And certainly in this case, a hair follicle test, if it had been requested of your office, you would have sent it out.
We would. I don't know. And I think, as I told you, I don't know what the literature says about hair follicle testing for fentanyl specifically, whether that's a useful endeavor or not. I don't know.
Fair enough. Certainly it wasn't asked of you, and certainly you didn't get the results back.
No.
Now, had that been done, had you gotten the results back, and it did show long-term, that certainly would have played into your determination as to the manner of death, correct?
Objection calls for speculation. The testimony has been.
Yeah, when we have it.
Okay. Let's listen to that question again.
And get the results back.
No.
Now, had that been done, had you gotten the results back, and it did show long-term, that certainly would have played into your determination as to the manner of death, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Isn't he your expert witness? He can answer hypotheticals.
Yeah, I thought hypotheticals were why he was allowed to be an expert. He can kind of go into hypotheticals. In fact, aren't they the only witnesses that can go into the hypothetical?
Yeah. I'm guessing that is why they are having a sidebar now.
The testimony
Is that
has been.
38?
Yeah, when we have it.
That gets us to sidebar counter 38. And we are a bit behind, so we can actually skip through this.
Yeah. You don't.
And see what the ruling was.
You are not aware of a hair follicle test, in your experience, being done for fentanyl.
I am not.
You don't know if it can be done.
I do not know.
Had a hair follicle test just for any drug, including fentanyl, any just hair follicle test to be sent out to see if there's any type of drug use whatsoever, your office would have done that, correct?
Overruled.
If we were requested to, that's certainly not something we would ever routinely do.
Okay, they were too specific, so he asked for generalities to avoid the hypothetical to be an exact copy of the circumstances. Okay.
Absolutely no, and I'm not implying that. And to be fair, the reason you wouldn't do that is because your office is tasked with what's at hand, which is what do you have in front of you to determine the manner and cause of death, correct?
Correct. Why is this person dead right now?
Correct.
As opposed to some other time.
And in terms of your checklist, the hair follicle just doesn't come in terms of what you do, correct?
I mean, it can, or it could in theory, but yeah, mostly no.
But if it were to be requested of you, you would or could do it.
We could.
Objection, I think the answer was for this particular.
What's the objection, Mr. Burmester? Asked and answered?
Asked and answered, and calls for speculation.
Sustained. I'm asking a different question.
So I'm going to go back with all that in mind. If you send out a hair follicle test, is your practice generally, when you receive the results of said hair follicle test, to use those said results in your determination of whether or not to change a manner of death?
They would be part of, all the information that we look at to come up with our final cause and manner of death.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you for that. There.
They are actually rehabilitating this quite well, but you don't get away from that shit talked.
Yeah.
So now they're just pointing out the state they didn't want the answer because they wanted her guilty. And the worst way to is the test. And we've seen this in numerous numerous trials where the state plays games, that the reason they don't do the test is because they already have their predetermined opinion and they don't want that rocked.
I will say it's interesting that, again, not having paid attention to the pretrial hearings, that the defense didn't make the argument that they needed this testing done, that it would be a key element of their case, because they were trying to argue that he was a habitual user of, gummies who accidentally bought F in Mexico. So you would think that they'd want to establish with his hair that he in fact was, but it comes under the same if you test it. While it's nebulous, while it's Schrodinger's evidence, it could say whatever you want it to say for both sides.
Yeah. And the only party here with the obligation to provide proof is the state.
Mr. Burmester asked you about the sequence of items that were ingested or not ingested. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You indicated that there's simply not enough information at hand to be able to determine that, correct?
Yeah, not just from this case. In forensic toxicology, generally, you can't tell when something was taken just based on a number.
And that's what I wanted to make clear, whether it was just in this case or just generally.
Generally, you can do that.
And that means that there are no tests or nothing else that you can go back and do to make that determination, correct?
Correct.
Bear with me, I'm almost done. Okay. No.
Yeah, since this was the only, they just talked to him a couple of hours ago. So every question he has is on Post-its. With this little preparations,
in this case,
he's doing a good job.
Something unusual did occur in this case in terms of the investigation, correct? In terms of,
you have to be more
I'm
specific.
sorry, yes, I will.
Yeah.
In terms of,
talking about?
I'm going to refer.
We're about to find out.
Yeah, I apologize. Poor question. I'll start all over. We saw your case notes.
Yes.
And there you spoke with one law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes.
Now, you also received other communications from other law enforcement officers, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And do you recall being invited to a meeting to have a discussion about this case?
Yes.
And do you recall if the DA was involved in that case?
I believe so.
And other prosecutors, correct?
I believe so, yes.
As well as other law enforcement agencies, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. And that was unusual in your practice.
It's not common. It happens, but not commonly.
Okay. No further questions, Judge. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Mr. Burmester, within the scope of cross, please. Oh, my apologies. Maybe not yet.
Apologies, Judge.
Yes, I do.
Okay, very good.
I really wish we had seen him with this, be this kind of attorney at first. I think he has shown a marked, this has been a good cross for as little time as he had to prep. I think he's remained professional. He's asked good questions. I wish we had seen this the first day.
Yeah, he completely botched that cross-examination with local first responder who will never get a promotion because that's the outer limits of his capacity. Trooper Nguyen. Yeah, that was a bad idea. Because this shows what he can actually do.
I will say I am impressed with what he can do. As derpy as he seemed day one, this I wouldn't have expected him to also be capable of this. So I'm glad that he's showing a different side because I think that's good.
Yeah.
We're good, Judge. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Mr. Burns.
Just trying to figure out this meeting you said. Is it the one you testified earlier when you got a call from law enforcement?
I believe so. From my notes that were in the log that I looked at, I was invited to a meeting. It was a my recollection, it was some sort of virtual meeting. I don't know if it was WebEx or Zoom or whatever. And I believe it was with Mr. Hemingway's computer, but there were other people in the room who were introduced to me, but I don't recall exactly who was.
You don't know who that was?
I don't know. I couldn't give you
And when defense counsel says the DA, presumably the Salt Lake DA was not interested in this case. DEA.
Oh, yeah, I don't recall. I misunderstood that. I thought I was asked DA as well.
So my apologies. I want to make sure I don't get involved in confusion here. Would you please clarify what this testimony is?
I think you've said you received notice to attend a virtual meeting and law enforcement was there.
Yes.
And you don't know who specifically in law enforcement is there?
Besides Mr. Hemingway, no.
And this was the day before Kouri Richins called?
That's what the log says. Yeah, I don't have any recollection of that specifically.
Hydrocodone doesn't look like this M30 you talked about, imprint of M30.
No, I've not seen any counterfeit pills made to look like hydrocodone pills.
Okay. In this case, there were no traces. That is, you testified there was a lot of fentanyl in the blood.
Yes.
And there was no traces of anything else related to fentanyl.
In the blood, yes, correct.
These other things you talked about, urine, vitreous, liver, brain, heart, blood, none of those, based on your understanding of the literature, et cetera, would give you a definitive forensic proof of long-term use or not long-term use.
Definitively, no.
I have no more questions.
Mr. Ellis, anything further for Dr. Christensen?
Yes, Judge. 1 second. I apologize. We're good. I apologize, Judge. Thank you so much. Thank you, Doctor.
Is this witness released, counsel?
Yes.
Yes.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you. Please watch your step. You want to keep going, counsel? Or you want to take a rest break?
Your Honor, may I just confer briefly with?
Of course. Yes.
Okay. Who's next? Who's next?
Well, I'm wondering if she's gotten done with the transcript because remember she said she'd want some time.
Your Honor, this might be a good time for a break.
Okay, folks, let's take a restroom break. Please rise for the jury.
Okay.
Your Honor, back to the video of the May 4th, 2023 interview. I think, I don't want to speak for him, defense had a chance to review it, but we'll still have an objection.
Ms. Lewis, please.
Yes. Your Honor, we still object on 2 grounds. One was still hearsay. There's not only just the statements of Mr. Crozier and Detective Davis and Detective, I think Hamilton maybe was the other one there.
It was Ben Carino.
Okay.
I'm certain it was Ben Carino. You can think all you want. It was Ben Carino.
We have law enforcement side, and then we have the Mr. Crozier side.
Right, but then we also have law enforcement making statements to Mr. Crozier, statements from Nicole Cummings and Carmen Lauber. So there's those hearsay statements in there also. And the other thing is, it says that it can be admissible under 801D if, when the person is subject to cross-examination. I know Mr. Crozier was subject to cross-examination, but he's no longer subject to cross-examination. It seems as if this video should have been introduced prior, because then we would have had the opportunity to show persons the video and cross-examine on the video. That opportunity is now lost.
Why?
Well, he's been released from his subpoena. We don't know if he's been out talking about the case. I suppose.
Well, you could ask him about that, but he's not unavailable.
Well, that's correct. We could have him bring it back in. That's true.
And I just want to make sure I understand the procedural history here. Defense had the video, right?
Yes.
To the extent it had wanted to cross-examine him regarding the video when he was on the stand, you had the opportunity, and there may have been good reasons to not do it at the time.
Well, the main reason was he had no memory of it, so that made it difficult.
That's exactly the condition that triggers 801D1A.
Well, 801D1A is if there is inconsistencies in it.
Or has forgotten.
Yeah, I can refer. I don't have it in front of me.
I mean, I think that is the basis to have a discussion regarding admission of the video, his side of it, right? Under 801D1A, is that he was testified numerous times under oath in open court that he couldn't remember the interview, even to the extent of saying that piece of transcript does not refresh my recollection.
Correct.
So I can instruct the jury to not consider anything other than Mr. Crozier's statements for the truth of the matter, that they can only consider the law enforcement have for context, as to provide context for why Mr. Crozier is responding. Other than that, any other hearsay concerns?
No other concerns.
Any other concerns?
Yeah, but you can't put the toothpaste back into the tube. They are going to hear statements from law enforcement about
Mr. Bloodworth,
the
thank you for doing
defendant.
that.
No, Your Honor.
But
how would you propose?
These are the rules.
Mr. Bloodworth, play the video with the scrolling transcript for the jury.
Can we go back real quick? Because it seems
Your Honor.
like the defense is accusing the state of not clearly identifying which exact police officer it is. It's kind of in the beginning when they were arguing about who was in the video. You can see them going back and forth.
Putting it down to normal speed.
I think, I don't want to speak for him, defense had a chance to review it, but we'll still have an objection.
Ms. Lewis, please.
Yes. Your Honor, we still object on two grounds. One is still hearsay. There's not only just the statements of Mr. Crozier and Detective Davis and Detective, I think Hamilton maybe was the other one there.
It was Ben Carino.
That's okay. That's fine.
I'm certain it was Ben Carino. You can think all you want. It was Ben Carino.
All right.
We have law enforcement side, and then we have the Mr. Crozier side.
Right. But then we also have law enforcement making statements.
That struck me as odd, but I'm trying to write down my need to interject.
You would be able to see it on the video. Who does the transcript say it is?
Yeah, it's just weird that she's going to nitpick when, unless she can. After Karen Reed, I don't put it above the state to interpolate things.
Accompanied by the transcript that plays below the video in real time. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor, and it is labeled 8-64, D as in dog.
Okay.
864.
Having had the opportunity to listen to Mr. Crozier's sworn testimony in open court, and given that defendant had the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Crozier when he was on the stand, has had the video, and that there's no evidence before the court currently that Mr. Crozier is unavailable to be re-subpoenaed and brought back into the courtroom by defense if they determine it's necessary to do so. The court determines that Mr. Crozier's half of that interview with law enforcement from May 2023 is admissible as categorically not hearsay under Rule 801D1A, because he testified under oath that he couldn't remember the statements he gave during that interview. And therefore, the statements that he makes in the interview qualify as statements regarding which he has forgotten, quote unquote. The court will instruct the jury that they cannot consider any portion of the law enforcement side of that interview for the truth of the matter, which resolves any hearsay issue with regard to the law enforcement half of the interview. Mr. Bloodworth, any clarification?
No, Your Honor.
So they got the video in without calling the investigators who are actually in the video.
I mean,
well, the jury is not supposed to take into regard what they are saying because it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, but they still get to hear it.
I wish they would break down and look, I know it seems kind of obvious what for the truth of the matter asserted, but maybe it's not as obvious. So I worry that some juries are like agreeing to instructions that they don't understand. And Tammy Fayette, not too terribly much. I would recommend that you go back and watch the senior or superior ME. I think that he does a good job of making the information that we've got from the practicing or the actual ME and the toxicologist make much more sense and maybe answer some questions that we had. So I would watch that at 1.25 is my recommendation because I think it does. The state is finally making sense.
Ms. Lewis.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. It will be 8. Let's take a 10-minute break. This clock in here shows 10 of 11. No, 20 of 11. We'll come back at 10 of 11. Thank you. Yes.
What? 20 of 11? That 10:40 a.m.? Yeah, 10:40 a.m. That it's 22:11. It's 20 minutes to 11. You don't subtract 20 minutes off 11. Oh,
look, he's a judge of many talents.
You're weird.
Well, yeah.
Maybe we get just the lineup, just so while we're on the break, we can take advantage of that and be prepared for whoever.
Who's coming in?
Yeah, it hasn't changed from what I emailed you on Saturday, so I think.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
All right, folks, 10-minute break. Thank you. Court's in recess.
Oh.
It's strange to be on top of things and like caught up.
I'm used to being an hour and a half behind. There's so many breaks. There's so many sidebars. So we got caught up. Hey.
The day's going pretty well. I think you and Hella, depending on how you feel that the state's been doing, I do think that the medical examiner that they had earlier today does answer a lot of questions that a lot of us have been having.
Oh, definitely.
So
good and bad. Good and bad.
And I think that both the state and the defense are here to get down to business because we've had a motion for a mistrial from the defense that I think they are scheduling a time to have a hearing on that. But they've also taken care of a lot of issues. There was issue versus for the video interrogation or interview of, oh God, what's his name? Robbie, the street pharmacist who couldn't remember anything. Basically, the state wanted to bring in the video, and the defense
objected
tried
due to they can't cross-examine him because he's released, and then the judge said, "Well, you can recall him." Yeah, but now you are. What I feel icky about that the judge is then forcing. If they don't accept this now, they are forcing them to have him on their defense case in chief.
Now, more egregiously in what this judge did is that he kind of condoned the fact that the state's expert witness or the senior ME was unreachable by the defense. Basically, they got the chance to voir dire him in like 10 minutes before his testimony.
Yeah. But as the state also said, well, they called him and said, we will call you later, and they never called. They sent an email, let's set up a meeting, but never did. Where is the truth in this? And And I think this, based on how he acted on the stand, I might be wrong. I think he would have gladly
talk to
joined the
them.
defense. So this might be a case of the defense shenanigans.
Yeah, I don't know. What I find, there was also talk this morning about the fact that the state had added a witness, somewhat ambush style.
Yeah,
Now,
Thursday. But that was for this, to bringing in, say, yes, this is the correct video, and then they're going to play the video.
yeah,
And
sorry,
it's
I
not
was just
one of
trying
the,
to.
yeah. I don't like, because I get what I get the feeling the state does not want these two investigators to testify at all,
I will
because
say,
with the words they have been using in the interviews, I hope the defense can find a way, because whatever they say about Kouri in this interview, they need to find a way to weaponize it against them.
yeah, I have a feeling that there are going to be C-word text or something.
Yeah.
This feels very much like a Canton Triangle investigation.
Yeah. I mean, if your case is strong, it doesn't matter what the defense does.
Yeah.
And this should be an extremely strong case. And somehow it isn't, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would think it would be a straightforward case to kind of narratively tell.
Mm.
And the state has been, I'm not a lawyer, I'm a twice college dropout, but I've been watching trials for 4 years. And I have never seen evidence not introduced or introduced but not expanded on in the way that the state is doing it now.
Mm. But one thing that caught is that he kept saying that the fentanyl found in Eric was the illicit type. So, and the charge against Kouri is knowingly. But that guy who actually did the transfer said, no, at that time, I only sold Oxy.
Okay, but here's my other question. Well, so it seems like the acetyl, the one that would have the breakdown with the acetyl fentanyl was simply a workaround to not have that particular one be a Schedule 1 drug. So it was only illicit because they hadn't gotten it in the statute. So do they mean, I wish they had asked, does illicit mean this is more likely found in, say, counterfeit pills made in China, or illicit meaning, due to the way you wrote the statute, this acetyl fentanyl was kind of left out of the loop, but it should have been included in the fentanyl, carve out, because that's where I'm confused.
Well, usually from what I hear from this side of the pond is that the manufacturers of counterfeit are doing their reach around of the current legislation by changing the molecules, by just swapping places or something of the sort, or adding something that makes the molecular compound slightly different, which makes the lawmakers forced to include that too.
Yeah, I'm not a straight pharmacologist.
So my interpretation is it is illicit, regardless. Which begs the question, did she try to poison him with fentanyl or oxys? Because the result would be more or less the same. But the state's charge is specifically
We're on the record.
knowingly doing
Mr.
it with
Woodward, I
fentanyl.
understand will be admitting State's Exhibit 8-64D, a recording
Thank you, Jibala.
of a May 2023 interview with Robert Crozier. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. The state moves to admit and publish 8-64D.
Ms. Lewis, any other objection other than the one I've already ruled on?
No, nothing further.
Okay. State's 8-64D is admitted. We'll get that queued up now. Please proceed.
Robert? How are you? Confused. I imagine you are. We'll get to why we're here in just a minute real quick. Let me just get a little basic information from you, okay? How about an address for you? 16 East, 350 South. South, what city?
Your Honor, I'm so sorry, but you were going to give an instruction?
That is true. I appreciate that. Thank you for the reminder. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Crozier's side of this interview, this conversation, you may consider that for the truth, give it as much weight or as any as you determine it deserves. There are other speakers during this conversation. So the other side of the conversation, there may be 2 or 3 other people on the other side of the conversation. You cannot consider any of what they say for the truth. The only thing you can consider them for is to explain why Mr. Crozier is responding or to provide context for his responses. But the non-Robert Crozier side of this conversation is hearsay that cannot be considered for the truth. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Please proceed.
Let's see how much it we.
That's all right. I'll fix it. Scott, please give it a try.
And a phone number for you.
County.
Yeah. We'll get to it.
What about this? I haven't been in Summit County.
I know you haven't, but you had involvements with people in Summit County that we're looking at. That's what we're here to talk to you about.
What?
Phone number for you, Robert.
385. I couldn't even tell you. I'm so confused right now.
Okay.
I really can't. My phone's doing this.
Okay. Got your phone number then?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll get to why we're here to talk to you in just a minute. But before I do that, I'm going to advise you of your rights because you're obviously in custody here in jail, okay? So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say could be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to an attorney with you during questioning if you wish. If you can't afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed for you before questioning. If you decide to answer questions now without having a lawyer here, you can stop questioning anytime until you spoke to a lawyer. You understand those rights I've explained to you?
And it is at this point in time when you read your rights, your standard answer should, I don't give legal advice. I am invoking my rights. I want a lawyer.
Yes. And then you STFU.
Yeah. And I have boost on, but I will try to but as I boost this up to the maximum, when the court returns, that will be loud. But I can't boost it any more than this. So
Having the rights in mind, you want to talk to us today?
I mean, talking now.
Okay. So we're here to talk to you about a transaction that you made a little over a year ago with a female named Carmen Lauber that Nicole put you in touch with. You met her at a Maverick and Draper on 2 separate occasions in February of last year, so a little over a year ago.
Okay. It's not
Ringing a bell at all?
specific.
Okay. Well, let me give you a little more information then. So we've talked to Carmen, we've talked to Nicole. We talked to Nicole yesterday, got her phone and downloaded everything we need off of her phone. You sold Carmen blues on 2 separate occasions there at the Draper As a result, somebody died from that transaction. So we're not interested in jamming you up or anything like that. We're simply here for information. But we know that you sold those, and we can prove that through cell phone records and that kind of stuff. But right now, your information for us is more valuable than you being charged federally with selling fentanyl that results in death. Like, now you're in on some drug stuff. Do you know anything about the federal rules with fentanyl and 30s? And
I don't know anything. I know I've got a distribution of a cop 30 of them in December.
The M30s?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell us what you know. Like I said, right now, your information is more valuable, but at this point, we can prove, we know that you met with Carmen Draper Maverick on 2 separate occasions, sold her fentanyl. That fentanyl is then used in a death case, basically. So we tracked it back to this point, but we're not interested in jamming you up. We're here to try and corroborate information. Validate.
I know
what Carmen and Nicole have both already told us. So you're in the position right now of either telling us what you know about it and basically not hurting anybody because Carmen and Nicole have both already talked to us here, and you're verifying information we have. Or if you don't want to talk to us, that's fine. We'll pursue it federally because we know that you sold them the fentanyl that resulted in her death. So that's kind of where we're at. And I'm not trying.
They are, hey, you either talk to us or you're spending 20 years in prison. In federal.
Yeah. I mean, that seems a bit coercive. Like, talk to us, or hey, you know what? We'll just pin this all on you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to bullshit you. I'm just kind of laying it out exactly how it is right now.
So I know who Nicole is.
Okay.
I got it a year ago.
February 5th and 25th is when Carmen messaged Nicole. Nicole gave her your information.
Okay.
Then you guys set up 2 transactions at the Maverick and Draper.
Okay. Of last year?
Yes. It's not this previous February, a year before that. It's been a bit.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, going so quite a bit of this. So I'm not trying to be a douchebag or nothing. So it's hard. Remember that much time passed. And do you have a number that she bought for me? Was it a quantity?
She said between 20 and 30 pills both times.
Okay. Then probably, yeah.
Do you remember going to that Maverick and Draper? Were you living down there at the time, or?
She lives. I want to say she lives pretty far away.
She lives in Heber.
Yeah, so like that was just where we were meeting. It was.
Where were you coming from? Where were you living at the time?
Man, I've been living a little bit everywhere. Okay. Maybe the last couple of years.
So it's kind of ringing back. You're kind of getting a little bit more. Well, tell me what you can remember about it.
I remember Nicole calling me and saying, "Hey, can you be my friend?" And I was like, "Yeah." So that, and then she was like, "Oh, she wants a lot." And I was like, "All right."
Is 30 a lot for you, or is that a lot for Nicole?
I think it was a lot for Nicole. It wasn't a lot for me, but okay. I was like, I didn't know anybody died. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we didn't expect that you knew that. And like I said, that's why at this point, your information is more. We're not interested in jamming you up or the distribution of it or anything like that. We're doing our investigation. You're kind of just on the edges of it a little bit as kind of an involved player, as being a hook basically for it. We're not interested in jamming you up or anything like that, but we are interested in the information you have you can provide to us that validates what people have already told us.
Okay, as far as I know, I met her just 2 times. I think I talked to her a couple more times after, but just to see, you know what I mean? Hey, you know, because somebody's spending, you know what I mean? You know, $500-600 is.
Because that would 30 would run about $500 or $600.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah. Okay. And did you hit her up afterwards to see if she wanted more, or did she hit you up afterwards?
I think I asked her one other time, and then she just didn't.
She's like, "Hey, you looking for any more?" or something.
Yeah, something like that. And she just didn't respond to me. You know what I mean?
Do you remember how you contacted her? Was it through text messaging, Messenger?
I want to say it was through text messages, but I haven't had that. I haven't had it go somewhere the longest time.
What phone would it have been on?
My phone. Fuck. Maybe a 333-6156 number.
Do you still have that phone? No. Okay. The phone you have now is a newer one then?
Yeah.
Okay. So you contacted that Carmen at all? No phone or anything? Do you know where that old phone would have been that would have had those text messages on it?
No, I lost that phone. A lot of it.
Okay. But what did you think the phone number was, you said?
385-333-6156.
Okay. So with these transactions, when Carmen hit you up, what did she tell you?
She just told me that she had a friend that wanted, you know what I mean?
Did she ask for blue specifically or fentanyl specifically, or did she ask for oxys, or what did she ask for?
I think she might have asked me for blue. I can't remember.
But you sold her M30s, right?
Yeah, I told her what she knew what she was buying.
Okay, so it wasn't like she's asking for oxys or something like that, and she got the M30s.
Right, no.
Okay, so
No.
she knew that there was fentanyl on those pills. Okay, do you remember where you got those pills from?
I don't.
Okay. What else can you tell us about that? That's all we're here to talk to you about was that transaction, those two transactions, I guess, a little over a year ago. We don't care about anything else, but what else can you remember about those?
She was with the older guy.
Do you remember what kind of car they showed up in?
No. One time it was like a truck. Like a white truck or something.
Okay. When you say she was with an older guy, do you remember about ballpark how old he would have been?
I don't know. 50s probably. 60s.
You thought maybe one time in a truck, but you couldn't remember the other one?
No, they were in a car the other time. I don't remember what car.
Okay.
Like the first time she was in the truck though for sure.
When you guys were to show up at the Maverick, where would you go? Would you go around back to Maverick or just right there at the office?
Yeah.
Just a quick hand to hand.
Yes. There you go.
And you just said about $600 or so what you charge for those. Okay. Do you remember? So I think she would have ordered more the second time. Do you remember the quantity?
I don't remember the exact.
But you remember meeting her twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really remember meeting her twice because you told me that twice. I would said it once.
But do you remember now they're kind of jogged your memory?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think of anything else about those meetings with her or anything?
No, those are the only 2 times I talked to her.
Okay. How do you know Nicole?
Who's doing in camp? I was staying with him, Roy, for a while. And then she stayed there for a while, and then she took off, and then camp's a fucking way out, and we were taking up one point or anything. So.
Okay. So Nicole just hit you up and said, hey, would you go and meet with my friend?
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, that's cool. And we were in the apartment. Did she call you or text you? Do you remember?
I believe she called me.
All the time, or just that one time? Or?
I think she was like saying, like, she was taking like, hey, what's up? And then one of us called the other one.
You'd be like, hey, I'm Nicole's friend or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How long was your like, hey, I'm Nicole's friend or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How long was your
I think she was like saying, like, she was taking like, hey, what's up? And then one of us called the other one.
Would you press pause? We'll fix that.
Yeah.
My apologies. Go ahead, Scott.
Out there, or drug court or some shit, whoever she was living. She was on, she was either on AP&P or on drug court or something. I don't remember, and she had to hurry. It was always in a hurry. Like, she was like, okay, well, I'm leaving here now, so I can meet you like halfway. Can you meet me halfway? Oh, yeah, I can do that.
And halfway was that Maverick there?
Yeah.
Draper?
Yeah.
Okay. You said one time she came with an older guy. Do you remember if that was the first time or the second time?
I believe it was the second time.
First time, do you remember if she showed up with anybody?
I don't.
Okay. Okay. I think those are all the questions we had for you. If we have any more follow-up questions, you want to talk to us again as we kind of progress with this a little bit further?
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate you talking to us, Robert. Like I said, we're not here to jam you up over anything. We're just here to try and get some information and see what you got.
Fucking one day, wake up with some fucking manslaughter charges.
No. We're not going to pursue that. Like I said, if you didn't want to help us out or anything, we kind of have this view right now that the people we're interviewing, we've got enough information and we're just trying to verify it. You're kind of either helping us out or you're not. And if you're not, you might, honestly. But all you've done right now, so we've already talked, Carmen's already talked, and Nicole's already talked. So you're not telling us anything we didn't know. You're not protecting anybody by not talking to us. All you'd be doing is basically rolling the dice with your future if you didn't want to talk to us. Because
that was so unnecessary. He was answering questions, and they just keep tell us more, or you will spend your 20 years in prison.
Yeah, not only does it make you look slimy, but you didn't need to add that. I mean, just, he could have said, again, we have to corroborate your evidence, and then usually the higher ups talk to your lawyer talks to our higher ups.
Yeah.
We don't really deal with all that.
Yeah. But I don't remember. Is this before or after? It has to be. Let's see. They talked about not this February, but the previous one. So they are around the same time as they, told Carmen, help us or you're going to prison. Well, with the now infamous saying, we need information to put Kouri Richins away, and you're going to provide it, more or less.
And Heather May, oddly enough, the state asked for this to be brought in.
Yeah.
They did have Mr. Crozier on the stand Friday, but he stated that he was so involved in his addiction at that point that he basically didn't remember any of his statement. And even with, transcripts of his statement, basically it didn't refresh any memory. He doesn't have any authentic memory. It's just he agrees that he probably said that, but he has no independent recollection.
Yeah. Yeah. And the jury is instructed to not put, they are not allowed to factor in anything but what the man in stripes are saying. The words from the investigators, they are not allowed to consider at all.
Yeah, and the defense didn't want it to come in. They called it hearsay. So it was interesting who was asking it to come in and who was wanting it to not come in.
But at the same time, many police, we have watched a lot of trials. We might have grown dislike towards this type of questioning. This jury, it's the first time. Oh, this is how cops act.
What I will say is he doesn't seem to be so incapacitated. I mean,
No, he really
the
doesn't.
way he was making it sound, he was dope sick on the floor, detoxing, shaking, sweating, DTing. This seems like he's relatively able to comprehend what he's able to carry on a conversation. I thought maybe he was like shaking, in the corner.
I don't get that impression here.
Yeah, I'm not an expert by any means. So
When the deaths are involved, the prosecutors do get a little spun up over it. And with fentanyl in the federal system, if you don't know this, if you get caught dealing fentanyl that results in a death, you could potentially face federal charges. It doesn't matter if you intended to cause the death or anything else like that. They're cracking down on it. So I don't know how long you're in for with. I know you're on possession with intent stuff, but if you are still dealing, don't be dealing with that shit anymore because the feds are coming down hard on it, and it's only a matter of time, especially with how nasty that shit is.
And both of us gave you my name. I'm like, oh, that's right.
Well, we'd already verified it through phone records. We already knew that they got it. It wasn't like they told us anything we didn't know either.
Yeah.
We've been able to find everything we need through digital evidence and all the contacts, all the messages on Facebook, all that stuff.
Yeah, we knew all of that before we made contact with anybody.
Yeah. So it wasn't like they were.
Just a reminder that in the United States and basically nowhere else except communist and Islamic dictatorships, cops are allowed to lie. So they,
Yeah,
well, me and Carmen even were friends on Facebook.
we actually were the ones that brought up your name to Nicole because we already knew that Nicole had put you in touch with Carmen, and we already knew all of that information. So we're just trying to verify stories is all we're trying to do at this point. So, do you have any questions for us or anything like that?
Other than this isn't going to backdoor me here? No. All right.
We're not here to jam you up or anything like that. We don't give a shit about what's going on down here or anything like that.
I was just going to ask you, do any of your people ever tell you what they're going to use it for themselves, if they're going to try to sell it to anybody else? What their intents are?
Everybody that I deal with does it themselves. You know what I mean? Like I do it myself, they do it themselves. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it's.
Carmen never mentioned anything about hooking it up somebody else or anything like that?
No, like I said, like she was just, like I met her twice, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I figured it was a long shot twice. You met her a year ago. I knew it was going to be
Yeah.
a bit of a stretch for you to remember, but
Okay.
anything else you can think of or anything else you remember?
No.
Okay. As you think about it, if you do think of something, let one of the COs know or one of the investigators here at the jail know. They'll reach back out to us if you think of anything else you want to talk to us about or anything like that, okay? Any other questions or anything like that for us? Okay.
Thanks.
Anyway, then. All right. We'll go grab the CO and let them know you're ready. Okay.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Molly Crosswhite.
Lowering again. What was it? Molly Cross flight?
I don't know if it's Molly Cross -White or
Okay.
I don't know.
That makes more sense than cross flight.
Y'all, honestly, I can't spell to save my life. This is why I make up names on the Chiron.
Miss, if you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
She's agreeing.
Stepford Wives.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thanks, Zach. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. What, ma'am, is your name?
My name is Molly Crosswhite.
And is the last name spelled Crosswhite?
Yes.
Do you know who Kouri Richins is?
Not personally, but through this trial, yes.
Okay. Did you purchase a home from Kouri Richins?
I did.
When did you purchase that home?
It was January 26, 2022 is when we closed on that property.
Scott, can I get 8-12, please?
So
Your Honor,
she
permission to
should
publish.
sell
This has been
property.
admitted already.
It's up.
No objection.
Unless she screwed it up.
Ms. Crosswhite, do you recognize that house?
I do.
Is that the home that you purchased from Kouri Richins?
Yes.
From or via?
Well, also, if this is one of the financial crimes that's going to be addressed in the other trial,
you
can they
ever
bring
move
it up
into that
here?
No.
Not without a hearing first, which they might have had. because-
Okay,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm going to zip my lips.
Did you rent that home?
I did.
When did your renters occupy that home?
They moved into the property March 30th of that year. Their lease began March 1st, but they did not move here till the 30th.
You said you closed on that home, I'm sorry, the 26th or 27th?
I think it was January 26th.
January 26th, 2022.
Yes.
And was that home occupied between the date of the closing and the end of March when your renters moved in?
It was not.
Were the locks on that home the same as they were on January 26th when you closed to the time your renters moved in?
They were the same.
And did Kouri Richins rehab that home for you?
Prior to us purchasing it, it's our understanding she had done a renovation.
And did she have the keys to that home throughout that renovation process?
I would assume so.
Am I right then, as far as you know, that home was unoccupied between January the 26th, 2022 and the end of March 2022?
That's correct.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions.
Okay.
Ms. Lewis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, oh, excuse me. Can I grab some water?
I have no idea the significance of this house.
So before you closed on the home, you entered into a real estate purchase agreement,
That's right.
right? And can you pull up Defense Exhibit 1024, Katie? Thanks, Alex. Ms. Crossway, do you recognize that as the real estate purchase contract that you entered into?
Yes.
And do you know the date that you entered into that?
Looks like it was January 14th, 2022.
Your Honor, we'd move to admit Defense Exhibit 1024.
No objection.
Defense 1024 is admitted. Would you like to publish?
Sure.
Okay.
And then, Ms. Crosswhite, you closed on the home January 26th, was your testimony.
Yes.
Between January 14th and January 26th, did you do a walkthrough of the home?
Yes.
And what was in the home at the time that you did the walkthrough?
The home had been staged when they were marketing it for sale. So at that time, there was furniture in it. I think by the time we did our final walkthrough, which was a couple of days before we closed, all of the furniture had been removed from the property.
Was there anything else in the home once the furniture was removed, such as boxes?
Not that I recall. I don't remember exactly what was still there, but I do know that we had wanted the home to be fully vacated and all of the debris, and there was some garbage and things on the premises, like old cars even, that we had asked to have removed.
So do you recall if there were any boxes or cups or any items left in the closet of the home?
I don't remember.
Had there been, would you have asked that that be removed when you did the walkthrough a couple of days before closing?
I think that if it was something significant that we would really notice as a bunch of garbage or something that was going to be troublesome for us to remove from the property, we would have asked for it to be removed. Like a small item like a cup, I can't say would have stood out.
All right, that's fair. Now, you said the renters, their lease began March 1st. They didn't move in until the end of March. But was there work being done on the home during the time you closed and the time the renters moved in?
There was.
And particularly, was there work being done throughout February of 2022?
Yes, I think I provided a list of dates that was on record with our contractor. I think there was maybe 7 different days in February when there were contractors working on the property.
Okay. Would some of those dates have been February 10th, 11th?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
12th, 13th, and 14th? Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
All right. And you think there were additional dates other than those 5?
I think there was 2 more dates the following week, maybe that the 19th and 20th, if that's, I'd have to look back at the records, but according to my contractor's records, there was 2 more dates in addition to those 5 that you named.
Okay. And when they were working on the house, do you know if they were there all day, most of the day?
I don't know how long they were there. We were having things like insulation added into the attic and mortar added to the pot rock because there was animals coming into the home and things like that. We needed to get it ready for the tenants.
Okay. When you closed on the home, did you take possession of the keys?
I think that the key that was provided for us to access the home when we toured the property and made our offer remained at the property. I can't remember if it was hidden underneath, like somewhere at the front door. And we left that same key there for our contractors to use while they were working on the property.
All right. Did they keep the home locked?
I don't know.
Did you ask that they kept the home locked?
I would expect for them to. I mean, that's the point of a key.
Right. And the key wasn't in a visible spot, true?
No. I remember us having it hidden somewhere near the front door, maybe under a pot or under where anybody would think to hide a key. Probably not a great place to hide a key.
And it was your expectation the home would be locked throughout that time?
Yes.
Is that fair? All right. After you closed on the home, did you have any further conversations with Ms. Richins?
No, I never had any conversations with her directly. She was represented by another real estate agent.
Did you have conversations after you closed on the home with that agent?
I doubt it. I can't remember, but I would be surprised if I did.
Would you have been, would you have told them the work that was going on in the home and who was in and out of the home? Would they have been aware of that?
I think that prior to us closing on the property, we definitely communicated our plans. It was part of our negotiations because we discovered quite a bit of work needed to be done in addition to the renovation that Ms. Richins had done. So I definitely had communicated, hey, we're not going to be able to rent this out the way that it is. We need, I think it was a $10,000 credit so that we were able to, complete the renovations in a way to make the home habitable.
Okay. And is there any reason they would have known?
I believe we found the point.
Not the purchasers, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So I believe everyone's been asking, what is the point of having this witness up? It shows Kouri is, not only does she have a history of lying to relatives, but she's also lied and misrepresents in her business. So it does lay the foundation that this is a pattern of behavior, not only in her personal life, but in her business life. Maybe I'm reading too much into stuff. I do that.
Ms. Richins or her agent that you were talking to when, in fact, renters were moving into the home?
I don't know if we shared that or not. I know that we definitely communicated we could not rent it out right away. Okay. And we had to take care of quite a bit before we felt comfortable having people move in.
All right. Could I have one moment? Just one or two more. Do you recall Ms. Crossway being interviewed by Mr. Bertram, in this case, the defense investigator?
Yes.
And do you recall telling him that when you took possession of the house, there was nothing in the house at that time?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall telling him at that time that you actually turned the key over to the contractors?
I don't remember. I never met the contractors on site, so I'm sure I did communicate to them where the key could be found on the property.
All right. Nothing further.
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. Is this witness released, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, you're free to go. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth. Oh, Ms. Sherbanek. I shouldn't make assumptions. I apologize.
Allison Wright, Your Honor.
Let's do it.
Okay. Crosswhite. Molly Crosswhite. Yeah, she seems holy. One of these who buys houses to rent them out.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a very cute house. I will say they seem to have done a good job.
Yeah. Another homeowner.
Miss, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in right here, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Good. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning. Good morning. If you could please state your name and spell your last name.
Allison Wright, Wright. Ma'am,
where do you work?
C&E Stonemasonry.
How long have you worked there?
Since established in 2010.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I first met him in junior high. He was a friend of my sister's. They were both in high school. He spent time at our house, and eventually we ended up in high school at the same time.
And is your husband was his business partner? Is that
Yes.
correct? Did you know Kouri Richins?
Yes.
How did you know Kouri Richins?
When I met her when she was dating Eric.
I want to talk with you about a couple of handwriting items before I ask you a few other questions. That's State's Exhibit 8-49 for the record. Sorry, I've got too many things on my podium here. All right. So I'm going to hand you this booklet.
Okay.
Okay, if you could turn to tab 4 for me. Do you recognize those items in tab 4?
Yes.
Is it, and if it's multiple pages, you can look through all the pages. Is it just the one page?
There's multiple pages.
Okay, and the first page is the one that you recognize, is that right?
Correct.
And go ahead and turn to tab 12 for me.
Okay.
And do you recognize those items?
Yes.
What are in tab 4 and in tab 12? What are those items?
They are returned checks from C&E Stonemasonry's banking account.
And are those
Oh.
checks that you gathered and gave to Katie Richins Benson?
Correct.
And you gathered those from
Economic stuff.
C&E's accounting books and things like that, their bank records.
Correct. The check on tab 4 was collected on an online banking, and the other ones were printed checks from our files.
What do you do for C&E?
Admin and bookkeeping.
Okay. So I want to switch gears. I want to turn your attention to February of 2019. Do you recall that time frame?
Yes.
Was there a time in February of 2019 that you took a vacation with Eric Richins and Kouri Richins and your families?
Yes. No, just the adults.
Just the adults. Okay. No kids were there. And do you remember a conversation during that trip with Kouri Richins that stood out to you?
Yes.
Go ahead and describe for the jury what you remember about that conversation.
On our vacation, Kouri and I ended up alone for a moment and just talking about our families, life, kids.
Your Honor, objection. Can you approach?
Yes.
Okay. I have no idea, but it's a sidebar. Sidebar counter 39. So she's about to tell something really, really damning about Kouri Richins back in 2019.
Yes and no. I mean, unless she
Stand
said,
up
I
and stretch your legs. One bite you out of court. Please rise for the jury.
Hearsay objection. I don't know.
You would just ask your next several questions. We'll see where this goes.
Certainly. And so now that we're outside the presence of the jury, we're just going to get a preview of how you would answer the question that I just asked you. So describing what you remember from that conversation with Kouri Richins from the vacation.
while we were sitting there, we were discussing life, and Kouri then explained how things weren't super great in her marriage, how she felt trapped. She explained to me that there was a prenuptial agreement that was put in place, and I had never heard of that. She continued to say how I think the trapped was mostly due to financial, is Eric would, because of the terms of the financial agreement, Eric would end up benefiting financially and continue to live as they currently were, where she would be in a different circumstance. She explained how she feared that the kids would be drawn to Eric's life and felt like she was unhappy in there, but feared what it would look like if she ended the marriage.
And is it okay if I ask a follow-up question?
Of course.
Did that conversation kind of give you context or inform you about Kouri, kind of what she was doing with her business at that time?
Yeah, things started to make sense. Like I was impressed that she went and got a master's degree. Kouri's motivated, hardworking, and I always admired that. And she was very motivated, it felt like, to become financially independent.
Your Honor, this conversation, can we get a foundation of exactly when in 2019 this conversation took place? Sometime in that year?
February, mid-February.
Okay.
I think the trip started on the 17th. And I'm not sure what day.
Do you want to have this discussion with the witness
I
present?
do. Outside that, if she could step down and step out.
Do you want any more of her recollection before we have the conversation?
No.
Okay. Do you mind just waiting out in the lobby for us for a minute? Thank you.
I don't think it's as much as what she's saying as when she's saying it, because the prosecution can
Your Honor,
probably
may it
connect
please the
it
court,
to something.
According to Mrs. Wright, this conversation took place in February of 2019. 3 years prior, more than 3 years prior to Mr. Richins' death. In the interim, in between 2019 and 2022, the Richins attended marriage counseling and worked on their marriage, and a bunch of water under the bridge. This, to allow a conversation on a vacation in a situation where two women are just chatting about the condition of their marriage, 3 years, there's certainly no allegation here that Kouri Richins was planning to murder her husband 3 years in advance. Outrageously prejudicial due to the temporal distance in the statement that is being made. No relevance because it's 3 years prior.
Why isn't it relevant to show that Ms. Richins was aware of the outcome financially that would flow to her from a divorce based upon the prenuptial agreement?
She's aware of that when she signs the prenuptial agreement. They've entered the agreement that she signed.
This is, well, I mean, I think you've answered my question. It is relevant to show she's aware of it.
No, sir. The conversation in 2019 certainly isn't relevant. They have introduced a prenuptial agreement that she signed. It's clear that she knew.
I apologize for interrupting you. It's not clear because it doesn't, I have no evidence that she read it. I don't have any evidence that she understood it. Here, I have a witness saying she understood it, was aware of it, was fearful of it, was taking steps to mitigate.
Okay. If that's going to come in over my objection, certainly respect your ruling. We've made our record, but I would ask that all the rest of that conversation be stricken as too far away, about being trapped in her marriage, about being unhappy. Everything about that is utterly irrelevant and outrageously prejudicial. And we would ask that it be stricken and only be allowed to say that she discussed her prenuptial agreement, and that's it. And we also would like a continuing objection to any questions of this witness about any conversation in 2019. We respect your ruling on that.
Okay, so defendant's objection to this series of questions of Ms. Wright is overruled. The testimony that was put on the record through the voir dire requested by defendant is relevant because it shows defendant's genuine subjective awareness of what she believed were the financial consequences that would flow to her if she and her husband divorced. It provides additional probative value because it shows that she was concerned about having less money than her husband if they divorced by virtue of the prenuptial agreement. She was taking steps to mitigate that potential potential financial effects. She was concerned about how her children
how do you negate that without calling Kouri Richins
her
to the
husband
stand,
by virtue of the
saying we never
lifestyle
had
he
this
would be able to
conversation?
maintain in a post-divorce financial environment? That is all probative to the issues in this case, and it is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice.
Your Honor, can I also get a ruling just to avoid having to take another break when the jury comes back? Obviously, I have a right to go into her credibility and bias at this point, no matter what's being asked on direct, correct?
That's a very broad statement. You can certainly go into potential sources of bias.
Thank you. That's all I need.
Okay. Okay. Folks, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10 of 12. Thank you. No one is allowed to speak to Ms. Wright during this break. Please give her some space. Thank you.
I have a natural dislike of this type of evidence because she is up there. Oh, she has no reason to lie, and she doesn't. But the only way to negate this is credibility, which we don't know if they're whatever they can say, or put Ms. Richins on the stand. So this is character witness.
Well, also she does have something to gain. I mean, her husband is the partner in the stonemasonry business. Would she rather co-own with Kouri?
Yeah.
Or would she rather her husband get that? So I think that she does have something to gain based on the outlook. Regardless of, she could be very truthful and be being honest, about what Kouri said. But it does seem like it is prejudicial.
But
The defense makes
it has to be substantially outweighed by the prejudicial. And I kind of agree with the judge here.
What I was just going to say is, having heard the defense's point, I think she did have an argument. However, the judge makes the opposing point, and I think he, on balance, made the better point.
Yeah.
And I do like that in this courtroom, both sides, all parties are able to make their points. They don't seem to be getting snarky or, so I like that the judge gives fair thought and kind of goes over each side regardless of who's there.
And we're back. This should be very close to lunch, which I believe is a good, because we are caught up. I didn't think we would be. And so lunch will be the natural stopping point of this stream. We will all gather back here, hopefully at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. But we have to wait for lunch to start.
Yes. So mornings with Mo will be shorter just to kind of accommodate the schedule. So I'll go to 9 o'clock because sometimes it's been like an hour, hour and a half. So they'll be a little shorter to accommodate
Yeah.
this.
And hopefully, sometime tomorrow, Mo will have internet again.
Yes.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Ms. Sherbanek, please proceed.
So, Ms. Wright, before we took our break, I had asked you about a conversation you had with Kouri Richins on a vacation you took. When did that vacation take place?
February of 2019.
And what was that conversation? Describe for the jury what happened during that conversation.
Kouri and I were finally in a position where our husbands were no longer with us. We were just discussing life. We both have kids, our marriages, and Kouri opened up and shared that things were difficult at home. A word I remember is that she felt trapped. At this time, I learned that their marriage had a prenuptial agreement, and she explained that she felt like she was frustrated in the relationship, but also it would be difficult to leave. Eric would end up financially secure, and her the opposite. She feared what would happen in divorce. She mentioned that maybe the kids would prefer him with the lifestyle that they had, four-wheelers and toys and opportunities, where she would have less. She feared how she would be represented by him in the community. I felt for her. It was a hard conversation. I knew that things had been hard since their youngest child was born, and I was tender towards her current circumstance.
Thank you. And did that conversation give you any context to what was happening in terms of Kouri's business at that time?
Yeah, Kouri is super ambitious. She went back to school and got a master's degree. I was impressed. I had young kids. I wasn't sure I could do that. She then went and got a real estate license and was trying to build that business. That conversation kept playing in my mind as I think this is a way to become financially independent and secure.
Thank you. Those are all my questions for you. The defense may have some. Thanks.
Thank you.
May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
This conversation you're talking about happened in Hawaii, didn't it?
No.
Where was it?
Costa Rica.
I'm sorry, Costa Rica. And the reason you all were talking about her marriage, there was a reason she was upset in her marriage at that time, wasn't there?
Not that I know.
Think hard.
She was upset. What I understood from the conversation is things were frustrating at home.
And that's because she believed he was having an affair with a coworker. Is that right? Is that right?
She and I never discussed her thinking about an affair.
Is that the context of the conversation you were having that day, that she believed he was having an affair with a coworker, and that's why she was upset with her marriage and talking about divorce?
I don't recall that.
You are in the
Were you
little
aware of it
office.
at that time that there was an affair going on between Eric and a coworker?
I don't recall that conversation versus when I found out.
When did you find out?
Or wait, I'm sorry, will you repeat that question?
When did you find out that Eric was having an affair with a woman that worked with him?
These are facts, not in evidence. Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Foundation. You got to lay foundation for this. I'm not sure this witness knows anything about it. Why don't you ask?
You just testified that when you found out, you weren't sure if it was during this conversation. So when did you find out?
That's not accurate. You have to ask it open-ended.
Okay. When did you find out? Was it any time near this conversation?
Will you repeat that question with more detail?
When did you find out that Eric was supposedly having an affair with another woman in context to this conversation? Before, after, during?
I'm having a difficult time understanding because help me understand affair.
Oh, for the love of fuck.
What? In the Bill Clinton?
Oh, this is. Oh, you just got wrecked. Are you that woman?
Yeah,
Addison? I mean, is it more which one? What the fuck?
Look, yes, will it be embarrassing if Eric gets found out having an affair? Yeah, but he's not alive to worry about it. And I say
Yeah.
that as someone who's lost my first husband, so I have the widow pass.
Because, like, I think there was a friendship with a lady, but I don't know. So I don't know exactly what was going on.
Understood. That's fair. So let me rephrase it. Did you become aware that Eric had intimate feelings towards a woman that he was working with?
Your Honor, assumes facts, not in evidence.
She's
Argument in the
asking
question.
whether this person ever became aware of it. Overruled. It's a yes or no question. Ms. Wright, could we start there?
Can you repeat the question?
Did you become aware that Eric, at around this time, 2019, had intimate feelings towards a woman, that another woman that he worked with that was causing problems in their marriage?
I don't remember when I became aware of it.
Ballpark.
I'm sorry.
She doesn't want to say. Who are you protecting?
Yeah, this
I
is.
think I'd heard of it like twice, and I don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
When you were having this conversation with Kouri, did you know at that time?
I don't believe I did.
All right, these vacations, you had vacations with Eric and Kouri on more than one occasion, didn't you guys?
Yes.
And then at some point, those totally stopped, didn't they?
Yes.
And what happened that made you guys stop going on vacations together?
COVID was the next year.
Besides COVID.
Our family life was busy.
In fact, didn't Cody and Eric have a big falling out? Your husband is Cody, right? Correct?
My husband is Cody.
And how does Cody Wright know Eric?
We were friends in high school. They went on to work together, broke off and started a business together, and maintained their friendship.
So they were business partners.
Correct.
And they both owned C&E stonemasonry together, right?
Correct.
And at some point, your families quit hanging out. Personally.
We continue to go to birthday parties and like that kind of an event. No longer vacations. I think we had a vacation planned in 2020 that got canceled due to COVID is the one that I recall.
In fact, didn't Eric and Cody have a falling out over Cody calling the police on Eric?
Cody didn't call the police on Eric.
Did Cody provide testimony against Eric with relation to an investigation against Eric for
Objection,
violating
Your Honor.
hunting laws?
Lack of foundation.
Well, this is a different question. Ask her if she's aware.
Are you aware that Cody provided information to law enforcement against Eric for a violation of hunting laws? Okay.
Yes.
And Eric and him, as I would say, fell out over that. I don't know another word. Had a disagreement about that.
Yes, temporarily.
And you guys never vacationed together again after that, did you?
No.
All right. Now you said that you did the payroll and the bookkeeping at C&E, is that right?
We have a payroll service company.
Oh, sorry, sure. Okay, but you do the bookkeeping.
Yes.
So you know how much money is coming into that company, right?
Correct.
And you know how much money is going out, right?
Yes.
And do you and your husband have joint, do you share your marital money, or does he keep his business money separate?
We share our marital money.
Pause for 1 second, Ms. Nestor. Go ahead, Ms. Sherman.
This is outside the scope, correct?
Sustained.
All right. Setting aside your personal financial affairs, you're very aware of C&E's financial affairs, correct? Because you do the bookkeeping.
Correct.
All right. And
Objection, Your Honor, this is still outside the scope.
no, it's not.
Yeah. Please approach. I'm not sure where you're headed here.
This got spicy.
Oh,
I did not expect this.
yeah. And define again what Corey defines as an affair or potentially an affair could have been a friendship with someone at work.
Yeah.
We don't know what that is, and that might be why she's having a hard time answer. I think the defense seems interested in
Yeah. They have information they want in.
yeah, but I think they have to be careful how much they try to muddy
Since
Eric up.
Seth, you and your family have grown pretty close to the Richins family. Is that fair?
Objection, Your Honor.
Goes to bias.
Scope.
Goes to bias.
Overruled. If you would please restate the question.
Since Eric's death, you and Cody have become very close to the Richins family. Is that fair?
I would say the relationship didn't change.
So you were very close to them before.
Yes.
All right. And it's true that since Eric's death, your husband has even accompanied them to court hearings and sat beside them. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Have you?
Yes.
And I think everything else is going to be when we recall. Ma'am, we're going to recall you later. We would ask that you're not released from your subpoena, and the judge will instruct you about that. That's all we have at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything within the scope of cross, Ms. Sherman?
I could just have a minute.
Of course.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Wright, you're free to go today. You're still subject to the subpoena that you were served with. You may be called back. Between now and then, please do not speak to anybody about your testimony, including your husband. Okay? And please don't watch any coverage of this case. Don't read, listen, watch anything about it. Do you agree to do those things?
Yes.
Very good. You're free to go. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good time for a lunch break, counsel? Or do we have another short witness you want to get on and off?
Your Honor, we can break. I understand there's some legal issues to address too, so.
Understood. Okay. Any objection to a lunch break,
No, sir.
counsel? All right, please rise for the jury. Folks, quick reminder, you know what I'm going to say. Please don't discuss the case. Don't read, watch, or listen to anything about it.
Yeah, this got a bit
Please
spicy.
don't do any research. Enjoy your lunch. 12:40.
I had
counsel, is that reasonable?
no idea of
Yes, sir.
any of this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 12:40. Thank you.
But as you said, affair could mean different things to different people. For some people, it has to be the boink, boink, boink. For other people, emotional is enough.
Well, and from Eric's perspective, was he just interacting with a female coworker, but
Yeah.
Kouri perceives any attention that she doesn't
Yeah.
get? I mean,
It could
again,
be, is she extremely jealous? Was this affair she had, was that something that she herself had? Was that retaliation? I
yeah,
mean,
and
there's so many possibilities here.
so while some people might think that she looked very, very evasive, it seemed like no, she was trying to work out in her mind, okay, well, if Kouri thinks he was having an affair, but I know he was just being like normal boss with a coworker, what does she want me? She seemed to be overthinking things more to me than trying to evade. But there did seem to be some things about her husband and Eric's relationship that she was evasive about.
Yeah. Either way, it would be interesting to find out more, because this is completely new to me. With his co-founder testifying against him in a violation of hunting laws.
Yeah, and I do wonder what the jury will make of, the family, the co-founder getting very close with the Richins. Will they see that as now? Correct me if I'm wrong, because I wasn't, doing all of this stuff, but was the jury pool expanded outside of, I know it's a very small town that they're from, was it expanded to a bigger city
I
or
mean,
area?
the county in itself.
Because I do think there are certain levels of closeness that are more common in a rural setting that might not be common in a bigger city, like you going with the family if you're close.
Summit County, Utah. Let's see here. Summit County, Utah has population of 42,000, so it's quite small. And I don't know if the jury pool extended outside of it.
Well, that's what I wonder, because some things are more common in a rural setting, like families getting together and sitting, with trials, whereas maybe in a bigger area that wouldn't be so common because you don't know everyone.
Okay, let's see if they are going to do some judicial stuff here.
Correct, Mr. Blood.
Okay.
We're on the record, Mr. Blood.
Your Honor, we're going to quickly next call Detective O'Driscoll just for a phone download. He'll have perhaps more time later.
Okay.
But then it's Mr. Coachadimos, and I understand the defense has some objections related to Mr. Coachadimos.
Mr. Ramos, tell me more.
Thank you, Judge.
I figured we'd do this just outside, that way we can speed things along. We've been provided with some exhibits that appear to rely, and correct me if I'm wrong, on some CDR data called detail records from Verizon and T-Mobile, I believe, and AT&T. Those items, we were not provided notice of their use under 901.11. And so we would just make an objection under that.
Forgive me. They were provided some reasonable time after being received by the state.
Yeah, no. The information was provided to us. We've had that for a while. Just notice of their use under that business record exception.
Can you give me that citation one more time?
Yeah.
Well, they're using a business exception.
11, I believe is what they would be coming in through.
So they want to limit the scope of cross-examination by just having
And
him there.
specifically, I'm
Yes, I did
referring
this.
to the written notice.
Why isn't inclusion of these records on the state's exhibit list fair notice under 90211?
Just based on the case law, Judge, I could give you a citation. I have two cases I think are fairly on point. 32P3D 976, State v. Webster.
What's the other one?
And then 322 P3D 624, State v. Pereira. We just bring this up, Judge, now. We could have a ruling after lunch is fine. And that would be our only objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Bloodworth, I made an assumption there, if you could just confirm it for me. These call detail records were in fact included among the state's proposed exhibits on its exhibit list?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything further on this, sir?
Yeah, right, Your Honor. Just to clarify that, they've been disclosed, and the disclosure included the certification from the whoever returned the subpoena.
Right. The declaration. I understand your point to be slightly different than the self-authenticating piece. Got it.
Correct.
Okay. Pause there for a minute. I'll take a look at those two cases, Mr. Ramos. We can pick this up at 12:40. After Ms. Crosswhite testified, and after we took that break, one of the jurors passed out the following note. I'll read it. I don't think this is an issue, but just letting you know. Quote, Judge, I have met witness Molly Crosswhite professionally. She has done one transaction for a home where I work. Any concerns, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
We need more details. How involved were they? Was it just through another department?
Well, also, don't they tend to show the jury a list of potential witnesses and say, raise your hand if you've had any dealings, especially in the real estate world?
Yeah, but it might be that they didn't recognize the name, but once she took the stand, oh, no, it's her.
Yeah.
To-do list. Either following lunch or at the end of the day, may we address the motion for mistrial that you made at sidebar following the mention of jail calls by Ms. Gibson?
Yes, sir, I'm prepared whenever you are.
All
Just
right.
let me know.
Let's do that after lunch as well.
Okay.
Thank you. We will
After
be at
lunch?
recess until 12:40.
Well,
Thank
do
you.
we want to hang out until after lunch? I mean, I know it's gonna be an
It's another half hour. I need to eat.
I can answer questions, or we can, if you want
Yeah.
to go eat, or we can always catch it in the morning if you want
Yeah,
to.
we can. Yeah, we can do this in the morning. That would be a really, really interesting start on
Absolutely.
tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. And I will claw my way out of the fucking office if I have to.
And thank you so much, chat. It's so appreciated when you guys and Nick know a lot of the backstory, and I'm all discombobulated to have you guys, catch things, or if I write notes and I miss stuff. So thanks for hanging out on this trial and telling us what you guys know and catching all the things for us.
Yeah. Thank you so much, folks. Thank you so much. Now, let's see. Where can I send you off to? Let's see what is live. Everybody's talking about this fucking trial. Dun, dun, dun.
Now, what
Now,
does
folks, you'll have to find your own way. Yeah.
what does
I would hope
sorry.
that you just watch cat videos and join us tomorrow morning with absolute zero knowledge about what happened.
And yes, a Mika fan, thank you so much for the long days that you're doing,
Yeah.
Nick. I know that you know, they're very, very long. You have a real job, and then you come and give us all of the legal knowledge that I don't have.
Folks, if Laura Owens can make $83,000 on her shit podcast, why can't I make half of that on this channel, which you all know and love? And folks, you don't have to do the big supers or anything. Watch my videos. It brings in a little ad revenue. And if half of you do that, it will spread to more people. So that is what
yeah.
I would ask of you.
Yeah, like and subscribe, share it with your friends if you think they'd have the same sense of humor we do. Speaking of grifting, if you need a place to get headlines, true crime, and the absurd off the internet before trials start at 8 a.m., Mornings with Mo is happening every day before trials. And like I said, since I'm working with Nick, I'm going to get us out before 9. So they're going to be a bit truncated, but still here. And for the first time ever this morning, I did my own hot takes, which I normally am against because I think everyone has an opinion. And why is mine different than yours in importance level? But I was in a mood.
Yeah. And just to, we have a saying over here that is called the Polish Congress, where the debate hasn't really started until somebody got their tooth knocked out.
Yeah, so if you like news with random tangents, squirrels, and various and sundry, that's what I do every weekday.
Yeah, and there's a reason why a pack of baboon is also called a Congress.
As I said, if I win presidency, I'm replacing them all with puppies and penguins. We'd get more stuff done.
Folks, thank you. Thank you for allowing us to do this.
Yes, thank you guys so much.
Yeah, and sending you off with you. You gave us these names, and I made a song. See you tomorrow morning. Bye-bye.